never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Tensions remain high in the Middle East as Iran continues to signal it will launch an attack on Israel. The IRGC says the planned military action is in response to the killing of the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, who was killed in an explosion in Tehran last week, which Iran accuses Israel of being behind. Trent Murray has more.
There is growing concern that this region could be on the brink of a major war. That is because we continue to see a ratcheting up of the rhetoric from groups like the Lebanon-based Hezbollah. They say they are preparing a major response to that Israeli airstrike which targeted the southern suburbs of this city Tuesday, killing one of the group's most senior commanders. Now, Hezbollah, of course, forms a crucial part of what the Iranians describe as the axis of resistance, very much led by Tehran, but includes groups like Hezbollah, as well as others from Iraq, Syria, Hamas, of course, in Gaza, as well as the Yemeni-based Houthis. And what many diplomats and analysts are worried about is that all of those groups are currently talking to coordinate a major attack on Israel.
Ukraine has received the first US-made F-16 fighter jets, with more deliveries expected in the coming months. It comes as Russia claims a territorial gain in eastern Ukraine, as Dasha Chernyshova reports from Moscow.
Russian Ministry of Defense says it has taken under its control the settlement of Novosilovka I in the Donetsk People's Republic after 5 more settlements have been taken under the Russian control. Moscow says Ukraine launched 8 ATACMS missiles and 4 Storm Shadows on the Lugansk region. Russia's Belgorod region has also come under the Ukrainian attack. A woman died as a result of the Ukrainian drone strike. Ukraine has received and started to use first F-16 fighter jets, which Moscow says will become the legitimate target of its operation in Ukraine. A Russian company has earlier said that it will pay a bonus of 15 million Russian rubles or $179,000 for the first F-16 fighter jets that could be shot in Ukraine.
Nigeria's president has called on people protesting against hardship to stop the unrest and embrace dialogue. Tessem Akende reports.
The president, who made the appeal during a broadcast, also expressed sadness at the loss of lives and properties during the protest. Demands of the protesters, among others, include for the government to address hunger and high transportation fares caused by the removal of subsidies on petrol last year. The protest, which began on Thursday, August 1st, turned violent in some states, with about 15 people reportedly dead, items looted, and infrastructure destroyed.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more detail about what happens next in Venezuela. Analysts say the week getting underway will be critical in determining whether President Nicolas Maduro remains in power after an election widely dismissed as being rigged. The opposition leader, Edmundo Gonzalez, is now recognized by the United States as the country's president-elect, with Washington saying there is overwhelming evidence to prove that he should be forming the country's new government. Analyst Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
It's not clear whether there is any sort of proper, legitimate off-ramp in this, and we're just going to see a consolidation of a corrupt, incompetent regime that has driven this once very strong economy and vibrant society downhill. I mean, upwards of, I think, 8 million people at this point have fled the country in recent years. It has been a mishandled economy. It has been corrupt and repressive on top of it, and kind of a thuggish repression as well. But democratic enough to have this vote in which people felt like they had a voice to change the direction. It's just not clear whether any outside voices are going to have any sway and whether or not the regime is going to really crack down heavily.
President Maduro has threatened that crackdown, pledging maximum punishment and no forgiveness towards protesters he accuses of unrest. Over the weekend, opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who had been in hiding, joined demonstrators on the streets. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. Tensions remain high in the Middle East as Iran continues to signal it will launch an attack on Israel. Ukraine has received the first US-made F-16 fighter jets, with more deliveries expected in the coming months. And Nigeria's president has called on people protesting against hardship to stop the unrest and embrace dialogue. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm
so much. Well, according to the clock on the wall, we've crossed the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. So we close out another weekend. Just like that, my goodness. First weekend of August behind us. So, what do you say? We will flip the page on the calendar and day number 5 for the month of August. That's where we'll be headed here on a Monday. Are you ready for the greatest day of the week? Ready or not? Here it is. One thing I can tell you for certain, it will not be the greatest day of the week for folks in the Deep South. Florida bracing for Hurricane Debbie. Yes, just upgraded about an hour ago. The 11 p.m. Eastern Time update had sustained winds now at 75 miles per hour. And they do anticipate some additional strengthening before Debbie comes ashore. They're saying somewhere close to maybe midday today, if that forecast holds true. Could have sustained winds more along the lines of 85 miles per hour. Let me give you the very latest again from the National Hurricane Center as Debbie again upgraded with the 11 p.m. update. Flooding is going to be the biggest concern, not just along the coastal areas, but the forecast is showing this thing coming ashore and just almost stalling out very slowly, bringing incredible amounts of rain to southern Georgia, the coastal areas of South Carolina, of course, riding across the Big Bend area there in the state of Florida. Debbie, officially the second hurricane of the season, flash flooding going to be the number one concern. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has issued their highest level of flood outlook for both Monday and Tuesday. Their areas are likely going to experience damaging flooding and potentially life-threatening flooding. First, of course, the hurricane warning in effect for the Big Bend region from the Swanee River to Yankeetown. Tropical storm warnings cover the rest of western and northern Florida, and for southern and coastal areas of Georgia and coastal South Carolina. Storm surge is going to be a big concern as well. A storm surge warning is in effect for Florida's Big Bend area from the middle of Longboat Key northward to the Indian Pass, and for the Georgia and South Carolina coasts. Storm surge watch continues southward from Inglewood to Longboat Key, including Charlotte Harbor. Debbie, centered west of Tampa, traveling northward. Rain has been spreading across the Florida Peninsula into northern Florida, but the heaviest rainfall is occurring along parts of the Gulf Coast. Tornado warnings and flash flood warnings have been issued on and off throughout the past day. Gusts have been between 50 and 70 miles per hour along the immediate Florida Gulf Coast this evening, including a 70-mile-per-hour wind at the Skyway Fishing Pier in Manatee County, 60-mile-per-hour gusts in Clearwater, Sarasota, and St. Petersburg at this point. Several feet of storm surge being reported from Fort Myers Beach to Cedar Key. The latest water levels include 4 feet in Cedar Key, 2 feet in St. Petersburg. Flooding is being reported along the coast, including in Punta Gorda and Tarpon Springs. But the latest National Hurricane Center forecast shows the system heading toward a landfall in the Big Bend region or the Nature Coast early Monday. Debbie may intensify more over the warmest waters in the Atlantic Basin. Waters where Debbie is right now is somewhere between 86 and 88 degrees. Now, it's important to note the impacts will be felt across much of the Florida Peninsula and well inland, not just where this thing makes landfall. Water is likely to have the biggest impact, more so than the wind. But after reaching the Florida coast, Debbie forecast a track toward the southeast coast by Wednesday. It could possibly emerge off the coastal areas of Florida or South Carolina and intensify again if it does reach the Atlantic. There's an increasing possibility this system may slow down or even stall somewhere near the southeast coast. That's going to prolong the impacts. The rain in particular, the biggest impact, the rainfall. Flooding for Florida, Monday, Tuesday. Heavy rain could linger in Florida early this week while spreading up through eastern Georgia and the eastern Carolinas. That means flash flooding and river flooding are possible in all of these areas. As Debbie slows down or stalls, it's going to prolong impacts from the southeast coast and somewhat inland, particularly the heavy rains. Rainfall, if this all pans out as some of these models are depicting, we recall the incredible flooding that we witnessed in and around Houston, Texas, several years ago as the tropical system stalled there. At this point, they're saying rain total 6 to 12 inches, locally 18, across parts of northern Florida. Rainfall totals 10 to 20 inches are a concern in portions of southeast Georgia and South Carolina. Localized amounts up to 30 inches are possible between now and Friday morning. Memory serves, some of the Houston area where they saw the worst flooding indeed picked up 30-inch rainfall totals over a period of days with that system several years ago. So that's going to be a great concern. A lot of folks are going to be headed for higher ground. That is for sure. So if I give you more on what we have there, and elsewhere around the country, it's not a bad night for trailer trucking. Some of the heat is cooled off a little bit in the heart of the country. The only areas we're still seeing heat advisories for the upcoming day in the south central and southeast are eastern Louisiana, a good chunk of Mississippi, all the way down to the Gulf Coast, are dealing with heat advisories. Of course, more heat out west once again. Red flag warnings for Southern California, Southern Nevada, on up through western portions of Utah. Red flag warnings for portions of southwestern Idaho and eastern Washington state. So dry, hot conditions as the wildfires continue to rage. We have all the latest updates on the wildfires out west we'll get to coming up here. First, it's hello to Philly Dan. It is that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. We're praying for the folks there in Florida. Hello, Kevin. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Marianne, ditto. Hope everybody enjoyed the weekend. Country Bumpkin checking in. Be safe to the overnight drive family. Hello, Brain Dead. Good morning. Happy Monday, as we hope you had a good weekend. It's been a hot one here this weekend. We're clear 80 degrees at the Memphis International Airport. Headed back from Paducah after delivering to the 3 stores here and one in Jackson, Tennessee, a load of frozen stuff. Now it's time to get this slow-moving, white-painted grocery truck southbound so we can call it a day. I'll check in later in the program. Happy Monday to Steve and the Overnight Drive family. There's Dave McIntosh. Be safe out there. God bless. Rock Pick in the house. Morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, 73 degrees. It's fair. Happy Monday, all you hardworking Americans. Get a cup of coffee and let's go. Thank you to Hotshot Secret for bringing us after midnight talk radio with Steve Summers on the Overnight Drive. Watch out for the other driver. Stay safe and enjoy. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 75 at the New Jersey-New York state line. We're headed to Hartford, Connecticut. Then home to see if I can get an appointment at the dentist. Oh, good times. All right, hello to the Michigan Madman, Larry, who is home tonight, Burns, Wyoming. Headed south towards Texas. Going to spend the week in the deep south before we head back to Wyoming next weekend. Everybody stay safe out there tonight. All right, couple of others quickly. Jerry, good morning, Steve. Hopefully everything going well for you. Definitely warm here in Kokomo this past day. I cannot wait for the election to be over. I'm sick of hearing her voice already. Be safe, everybody. Let's see. Jeffrey in Florida. Oh, boy. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. I'm in southern Florida. Let's see. Prepping for the hurricane. Concerned about power loss. All right. Let's see. James has finally had the opportunity to attend my first Trump rally here in Atlanta this weekend. It was wild. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. A Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, on a Monday. I did not realize that. Jeffrey, he said his concern about power loss is because he's handicapped and wheelchair bound, and he lives on the top floor of the apartment building. So when you lose power, the elevator don't go up and down. Gotcha. All right, well, thanks for listening there. Well, it wouldn't be a Monday. It wouldn't be a Monday if we didn't have Cap and Ron in the house.
Happy greatest day of the week.
Oh, joy. Here we
Debbie
are.
Does Florida.
Yeah, yes.
This is Debbie Does Florida.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. this rain is insane, and it's been raining all night. Just went through Gainesville not too long ago, but 4 hours ago at my house, it was coming down at a 8-inch per hour rate.
Wow.
With about 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. And the rain it's like it's on train tracks. It just keeps funneling, and it just funnels right up, you know. It's not quick bands that just blow over, but it's like it's on a train track. It's just insane. I had to turn around 2 different times trying to get to work for flooding. It's kind of the same scenario as when Idalia passes by last year. You get the storm surge, but I think that one was further out. This one was only like 60 miles off of the coast of Clearwater. The wife texted me about an hour ago. We lost power in Clearwater.
Really?
So I don't know. They didn't give her an estimate or anything. Yep. So it's pretty bad. Of course, now I'll have to go back through it after I get up to Valdosta and turn around and go back.
So they've got
the rain is
you out there rolling. Even in the state of emergency and everything, is there how many people out there on the roads? I'm assuming traffic should be very light. No, what?
It's kind of light, but there's a lot of trucks. I mean, I've got to hold 2,900 pounds in the back. It's kind of scary. I thought I was going with the wind at my back for a while, but we've also got thunderstorms within the cells of this storm, and we've had tornado warnings all day long. My phone's been going crazy with all the alerts and everything. It's kind of funny at church this morning. Everybody's cell phone went off at once because of the
right.
Of the tornado warning. You know, you can't. My phone was silenced, but it still went off. Even my Apple Watch went off, and I've got both of them silenced. But it's been a pretty bad storm for us. I don't know how bad it's going to get but that was 4 hours ago. It hadn't even got hurricane status when it came by Clearwater.
Correct.
You know, and now it's at a 1, saying it may intensify more before it makes landfall.
Yeah, it spent the afternoon trying to develop an eye. It was, I think, the eye wall. What do they call that? Regenerated or whatever. So it finally, by evening, it had an eye, a pretty well-defined center developing an eye. And so they made it sound like rapid intensification right now.
Well, it's pretty bad. It's way worse than Idalia was, that just kind of went up. It missed us, but, you know, we were still on that eastern edge.
Right.
But we're getting the storm surge and flooding and massive amount of rain. So, I guess that's my Florida report.
Well, thank you so much for the
you're
update.
Up against the hour, so
as I said,
thank you for taking my call.
Not likely to be your greatest day of the week, right? No doubt about it. And on the Big Bend area, all that water's going to be funneling in. They're talking maybe 10-foot storm surge possible, depending on if it comes ashore during high tide. All right, we'll get back to the calls right after this.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Tensions remain high in the Middle East as Iran continues to signal it will launch an attack on Israel. The IRGC says the planned military action is in response to the killing of the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, who was killed in an explosion in Tehran last week, which Iran accuses Israel of being behind. Trent Murray has more.
There is growing concern that this region could be on the brink of a major war. That is because we continue to see a ratcheting up of the rhetoric from groups like the Lebanon-based Hezbollah. They say they are preparing a major response to that Israeli airstrike, which targeted the southern suburbs of this city Tuesday, killing one of the group's most senior commanders. Now, Hezbollah, of course, forms a crucial part of what the Iranians describe as the axis of resistance, very much led by Tehran, but includes groups like Hezbollah, as well as others from Iraq, Syria, Hamas, of course, in Gaza, as well as the Yemeni-based Houthis. And what many diplomats and analysts are worried about is that all of those groups are currently talking to coordinate a major attack on Israel.
Ukraine has received the first US-made F-16 fighter jets, with more deliveries expected in the coming months. It comes as Russia claims a territorial gain in eastern Ukraine, as Dasha Chernyshova reports from Moscow.
Russian Ministry of Defense says it has taken under its control the settlement of Novoselovka I in the Donetsk People's Republic after 5 more settlements have been taken under the Russian control. Moscow says Ukraine launched 8 ATACMS missiles and 4 Storm Shadows on the Lugansk region. Russia's Belgorod region has also come under the Ukrainian attack. A woman died as a result of the Ukrainian drone strike. Ukraine has received and started to use first F-16 fighter jets, which Moscow says will become the legitimate target of its operation in Ukraine. A Russian company has earlier said that it will pay a bonus of 15 million Russian rubles or $179,000 for the first F-16 fighter jets that could be shot in Ukraine.
Nigeria's president has called on people protesting against hardship to stop the unrest and embrace dialogue. Tessem Akende reports.
The president, who made the appeal during a broadcast, also expressed sadness at the loss of lives and properties during the protest. Demands of the protesters, among others, include for the government to address hunger and high transportation fares caused by the removal of subsidies on petrol last year. The protest, which began on Thursday, August 1st, turned violent in some states, with about 15 people reportedly dead, items looted, and infrastructure destroyed.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, safe travels to Cap and Ron in Florida and all the others actually trying to do their job in the Sunshine State. on a dangerous night on the roadways. We'll give you some of the numbers of just how much rain we've already seen for some. With the flood warnings from the National Weather Service in Tampa Bay. So the West Coast, of course, has been dealing with these bans throughout the day. And I'm looking here, Hernando County, Hillsborough, Manatee, Pinellas, Sarasota. According to the emergency management reports, storms producing heavy rain between 5 and 10 inches has already fallen. Another 2 to 4 with this particular update. Flash flooding is already occurring. Water rescues are being reported in Pinellas and Manatee counties at this hour. So areas that are experiencing flooding issues, it's widespread. Tampa, Clearwater, Largo, Sarasota, Bradenton, Pinellas Park, Seminole, Newport Richey, Palmetto, downtown St. Pete, DeSoto Park, Holiday, Hudson, St. Pete Beach, Anna Maria, and other areas. So they're trying to tell people, turn around, don't drown. I mean, obviously, water over the roadway everywhere you look. My. So already 10 inches. Morning, Horse Feathers. Hey, what day is it? The greatest day of the week?
Yeah, I guess so. We just heard Captain Ron, so that makes it official.
Certified.
So I guess we'll go with that. That's right. Yeah, Steve's certifiable, all right, I bet you. Anyways, probably wears one of them special coats that has the sleeves that buttons in the back, right? I don't know. Possible. But anyway there, so I was listening to some of the satellite radio there during the evening last night there, and listening to the Grand Ole Opry there and that, and they had a group on there called the Isaacs, and they do a little bit of gospel music as well as some other stuff and country and everything, and they made mention that there was a gospel band that was involved with a plane crash last week. Did you catch any of that?
I can't say
that
I have.
7 members were killed. Maybe
Really?
I was trying to get a hold of you earlier there to do a little show prep there if you were busy doing your show prep. But maybe you can look that up there and see if they're about a plane crash, because they said something about the funeral was going to be on Tuesday there for everybody. But I didn't catch the name of the group.
I pulled it up here. Yeah, I mean, I started my broadcast career at a Christian station, and we played Southern gospel music. Way back in the day, it was the Rex Nealon Singers. Rex was the father of the family patriarch. He passed away, and they went on. They very, very famous. The Nealons. Wow. Hall of Fame quartet.
Okay. Well, as I say, they said there was like 7 that were fatalities from the plane crash or something, I believe.
It says 3 members.
If I understood it right.
3 members of the group, the Nealons, among 7 that were killed. There were no survivors. An autopilot issue during flight was noted as a cause for concern, according to the Transportation Safety Board. Prior to the single-engine turboprop plane, let's see. Crash investigators said that, dark terror. That's what you'll usually hear when we talk about, like John F. Kennedy Jr. falling from the sky. So I guess they're looking into some sort of an autopilot issue.
Okay. But anyway, they said there was one daughter that's the surviving member of the family now or something. So anyways, kind of hard times for them at this point, I guess. So wish them all the best.
Yeah.
Well as all our friends down there in Florida. So is Tampa? Did the Indian God save Tampa again from getting a direct hit?
That's the old one. I mean, they're getting flooding, but no, they're not going to take a direct hit with hurricane force winds.
All right. Well, I guess the Indian gods have saved them again, because, I mean, that's crazy that, how many times has Tampa, I'm not even sure if it was in the crosshairs at this point, but for this one, but how many times has Tampa been going to be the bullseye, the direct hit, and all of a sudden, it veers off there because those Indian weather gods that they have there or something goes and, puts up a smoke signal and blows it off course a little bit and saves Tampa. So anyways, I'm glad to hear they've missed another one. Of course, there's a racetrack there, and you got a lot of horses there, and those horses, they weren't the ones that they used during the water polo, so they aren't fitted out with snorkels and everything. So those horses have to stay on higher ground. They can't be out there in the deep water. But what else we got going for you there? So also off the satellite there was listening to some of the old time radio shows and that, and there was a character actor on there, a guy by the name of Wally Mayer, and that should be a kind of a possible familiar name to you there in Cincinnati. I guess he was born there in Cincinnati and started his career at the one with that big powerful stick that sticks up in the air there.
Right.
And we won't mention any call letters or anything, but we all know who we're talking about. But anyway, so I guess he started his whole career out there, and he had a lot of parts he played on a lot of different shows, and I forget the exact reason, but he passed before he was 50, and did a lot of radio and a little bit of television, I guess. Anyways, I don't know. Other than that, you and the AccuWeather gods, you weren't kidding. You send a lot of water up this way to the Mid-Atlantic. We had a good fair share of it there all the way from Saturday afternoon and some during the day yesterday. Now that yesterday is Sunday here. And so we had our good fair share of it there. And I don't know, we were watching a little bit of the Olympics there. Every now and then we'd walk by because the TV was on or something and just happened to see something. But so what's this deal with the swimming? Have you checked out any of the swimming at all? And there's a girl on there, or young woman I should say, that wearing a whole lot of metal there around her neck there. So apparently she's been doing good, kind of the Michael Phelps on the female side. And they said there was a male swimmer there that shattered one of the records. So I don't know. I thought Michael Phelps had pretty much all the Olympic and world records pretty much sewed up there. But so I don't know if it was one of the events that Michael Phelps didn't do, if there was one that he didn't do, or if somebody just really ran away with a record and really, bested Michael Phelps by a lot. So anyways, I don't know. See what kind of updates you can come up with if we even care about the Olympics, because from what we've been seeing from the opening ceremonies through a whole bunch of this stuff,
mired in controversy.
The Olympic Committee just hasn't.
Yeah.
They just haven't done a very good job to make it so that people want to watch it. I guess they're taking their lessons from NASCAR on how to increase spectator viewership or something. I don't know. So what else we got? I don't know. Not a whole lot. How did your concert go?
Oh, it was great. Well, we had you had your washout. We had showers and thunderstorms there Friday afternoon, and we ran into torrential rain right about the time we got into Lexington. And it tried to start clearing up, and then off on the horizon, you could see the dark skies approaching. Yeah, I mean, it was dumping rain right up to showtime was 8 o'clock. So obviously we had got there about 6:30 in the evening. But yeah, heavy rains pushed through, and believe it or not, the crowd still came funneling in after the rain did end in time for Josh's portion of the concert. It was still lightly raining for the opening act, but big time crowd. I think Josh said they had pre-sold like 1,100 tickets for this little joint, and great crowd, great concert. All said and done, turned out to be a great night. We did get to go spend a few minutes with Josh there in the green room before the concert. Very, very cool guy.
All right. Yeah, we were wondering if you were going to be able to sit down there and enjoy some Skullbusters together.
Well, seeing as I had to drive home from Lexington, yes, I did have a few Skullbusters, but I had to be on my best behavior so I could get home safely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Well, the princess, she just loves to ride in the car so much there. So I imagine you had to, as you said, be on your best behavior to keep her satisfied for the ride home. But that or just rock her to sleep there and let her nap on the way home. She won't notice it. Anyways, whichever way works best. But other than that, I guess that's about all we got there. We got, I guess we're set up with plane tickets there. Of course, we had the issue of wanting to leave Miami after the cruise, and there's some deal with some Swift person being in the way. I don't know, Swift Transport or something got something going on down there So anyways, we got, I don't know what the whole deal was, but we were able to get our tickets with Southwest, and I guess we're still Southwest fans. We like our bags to fly for free, and I don't know. I've never had a real problem with their boarding issue. You know there's the three groups. You got the A, B, and C, and unless you pay money, you're not boarding with the A. You gotta buy the A seat. You can't just get on quick enough to get anything but a B or a C, and of course, if you have family boarding, you get to board, or military, you get to board between the A's and the B's. But we've always done pretty good on getting seats. As long as you get your number there in the B's, we get pretty decent seats usually. And every now and then I get to sit in the emergency exit row, which is what I prefer. And when the flight attendant comes up and gives you the whole spiel there and makes sure you can speak English and willing to help out and everything, and I say, yes, you just tell me who you want me to throw on this plane, and I'll throw their ass out. I don't have a problem with that. And so they kind of snicker a little bit and say that's not quite what we mean, but we will keep that in mind. So we got that set up, and I guess we got one other little short trip we're going to do in September there. We're going to run out to Denver, so I guess those tickets are all set and taken care of, and go spend a couple of days up in the mountains. And I don't know, see how deep is the snow? When does the chain law go into effect out there for Colorado, Your Honor?
Probably won't be long.
We're going to be out there in the middle of September.
Yep.
We're going to be out there in the middle of September. Are we going to be under chain law to get up into the mountains to be able to sit up there and look at the mountain lake, or possibly a blizzard? What are you and the AccuWeather gods going to do there in the middle of September? I don't know. We're going to have to schedule this and see what's going on with this. We're going to see where you guys are at. But we'll let you know a little bit more about it coming up. And we didn't end up doing any of the musters over the weekend with family in town. But we did take the fire truck out and get it exercised Saturday before the rain all got in, and got it sucking some water out of a pond and got everybody wet, and they all kind of enjoyed it. And
good deal.
So we got it back, put it back to bed, and so anyways, I guess with all that nonsense there, Your Honor, we'll let you do a middle of the hour break
on the greatest day
of the week. It's the loneliest hour, because
hey, at least I think Scarecrow will be back with us this Monday morning. All right, what do we have? 844-844-3388. Again, I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to the Olympic Games, but it looks like maybe this is what he's referring to, the U.S. women's swim team powered to a dominant lead early in the 4x100-meter medley on Sunday. The only real question was whether the swimmers would shatter the world record set by another U.S.-American team back in 2019. They never relented, winning gold and beating the record by nearly a second. The Americans finished more than 3 seconds ahead of the Australian team that took the silver. Chinese women won the bronze. The race capped a star-making performance in these games for, Tori Husky, who won 3 gold and 2 silver medals. Yeah, so that's the girl with a lot of jewelry, right? 5, 3 golds, 2 silvers. All right, so congratulations to the U.S. women's swim team. Big time at the U.S. At the Olympic Games for Team USA. And we'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, let me see. What was obviously Tropical Storm Debbie and now Hurricane Debbie approaching the Big Bend area of Florida. Let's get the latest from AccuWeather. Over the coming days, it's going to linger over the southeast U.S. coast for much of the week. So, I mean, we're going to be talking incredible flash flooding, gusty winds, and prolonged coastal inundation. Yeah, there's the growing threat of relentless rain and flooding impacts as the storm slowly tracks from northern Florida to kind of parallel with the Georgia-Carolina coast. From late Monday evening to late Tuesday, the center of Debbie will progress northeastward into southeast Georgia, while residents across the Carolinas will see intermittent showers and thunderstorms through the end of the weekend here. The initial push of heavy rain and gusty winds begins overnight tonight, Sunday night into Monday morning. Even though Debbie may be only a tropical storm, along the Georgia-Carolina coast, impacts from life-threatening storm surge and flooding range will result in Debbie being at a level 3 on the real impact scale. Now, Debbie's projected to be slowing down all over along the southeast coast. Upper-level winds, which typically steer tropical storms and hurricanes, are going to be very light, which may cause the storm to nearly stall out for a period of time. Depending on the exact location and proximity to the southeast coast, a prolonged, potentially multi-day period of heavy rain and persistent onshore flow are possible from coastal Georgia through the coastal Carolinas. For some locations like Savannah, Georgia, 3-day rainfall totals ranging from 10 to 16 inches occur roughly every 100 years. The range for Charleston, South Carolina, similar, 10 to 13 inches. Now, the heaviest swath of rainfall totals, we're talking 18 to 24 inches, is expected to occur across far southeast Georgia and southern South Carolina, including around the cities of Savannah and Charleston. Rainfall across that zone may contend or surpass the historic 100-year values if even around a foot of rain falls in 72 hours. Now, totals like this, that's enough to trigger significant urban and river flooding, especially in coastal cities that are prone to flooding. Once river flooding begins, it may take several weeks for the waters to recede into the lowlands of Georgia and the Carolinas. If the storm slows down and lingers over one spot longer than anticipated, the combination of the storm surge and torrential rain can result in widespread major flooding, life-threatening impacts ranging from impassable roadways and long-lived transportation delays to structural damage. It sounds like for several days it may be nearly impossible for any freight to be moving in and out of certain areas there in the southeast. Now, if there's heavy rain inland across the Carolinas, that water eventually has to enter the rivers and other waterways to flow back to the coast. Water flowing toward the coast, coupled with the persistent onshore flow, can back up those rivers because they won't be able to drain. That would further amplify what can already be major flooding concerns along and near those coastal areas. Storm surge 3 to 6 feet possible from the Georgia coast all the way up to North Carolina. But they're warning that the persistent onshore flow and the orientation of the coast in South Carolina from Charleston on southward could result in elevated storm surge values between 6 to 10 feet. Impacts from Debbie could be greatly amplified and occur over a long period of time along the southeast coast. Large waves, significant beach erosion, major coastal flooding, which can be at a level that may permanently alter some of the beaches and other coastal areas there. Coastal inundation known to be worse during times of high tide when the water levels peak throughout the day. Due to the long duration of this onshore flow that's expected, numerous rounds of tidal rises are going to overlap with Debbie's long stay along the southeast coast. All right, prayers for those in the southeast will return after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight
From
Drive.
Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Tensions remain high in the Middle East as Iran continues to signal it will launch an attack on Israel. The IRGC says the planned military action is in response to the killing of the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, who was killed in an explosion in Tehran last week, which Iran accuses Israel of being behind. Trent Murray has more.
There is growing concern that this region could be on the brink of a major war. That is because we continue to see a ratcheting up of the rhetoric from groups like the Lebanon-based Hezbollah. They say they are preparing a major response to that Israeli airstrike, which targeted the southern suburbs of this city Tuesday, killing one of the group's most senior commanders. Now, Hezbollah, of course, forms a crucial part of what the Iranians describe as the axis of resistance, very much led by Tehran, but includes groups like Hezbollah, as well as others from Iraq, Syria, Hamas, of course, in Gaza, as well as the Yemeni-based Houthis. And what many diplomats and analysts are worried about is that all of those groups are currently talking to coordinate a major attack on Israel.
Ukraine has received the first US-made F-16 fighter jets, with more deliveries expected in the coming months. It comes as Russia claims a territorial gain in eastern Ukraine, as Dasha Chernyshova reports from Moscow.
The Russian Ministry of Defense says it has taken under its control the settlement of Novosilovka I in the Donetsk People's Republic after 5 more settlements have been taken under the Russian control. Moscow says Ukraine launched 8 ATACMS missiles and 4 Storm Shadows on the Lugansk region. Russia's Belgorod region has also come under the Ukrainian attack. A woman died as a result of the Ukrainian drone strike. Ukraine has received and started to use first F-16 fighter jets, which Moscow says will become the legitimate target of its operation in Ukraine. A Russian company has earlier said that it will pay a bonus of 15 million Russian rubles or $179,000 for the first F-16 fighter jets that could be shot in Ukraine.
Nigeria's president has called on people protesting against hardship to stop the unrest and embrace dialogue. Tessem Akende reports.
The president, who made the appeal during a broadcast, also expressed sadness at the loss of lives and properties during the protest. Demands of the protesters, among others, include for the government to address hunger and high transportation fares caused by the removal of subsidies on petrol last year. The protest, which began on Thursday, August 1st, turned violent in some states, with about 15 people reportedly dead, items looted, and infrastructure destroyed.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more detail about what happens next in Venezuela. Analysts say the week getting underway will be critical in determining whether President Nicolas Maduro remains in power after an election widely dismissed as being rigged. The opposition leader, Edmundo Gonzalez, is now recognized by the United States as the country's president-elect, with Washington saying there is overwhelming evidence to prove that he should be forming the country's new government. Analyst Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
It's not clear whether there is any sort of proper, legitimate off-ramp in this, and we're just going to see a consolidation of a corrupt, incompetent regime that has driven this once very strong economy and vibrant society downhill. I mean, upwards of, I think, 8 million people at this point have fled the country in recent years. It has been a mishandled economy. It has been corrupt and repressive on top of it, and kind of a thuggish repression as well. but democratic enough to have this vote in which people felt like they had a voice to change the direction. It's just not clear whether any outside voices are going to have any sway and whether or not the regime is going to really crack down heavily.
President Maduro has threatened that crackdown, pledging maximum punishment and no forgiveness towards protesters he accuses of unrest. Over the weekend, opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who had been in hiding, joined demonstrators on the streets. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. Tensions remain high in the Middle East as Iran continues to signal it will launch an attack on Israel. Ukraine has received the first US-made F-16 fighter jets, with more deliveries expected in the coming months. And Nigeria's president has called on people protesting against hardship to stop the unrest and embrace dialogue. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Underway on a Monday. The greatest day of the week. Looks like right about 80,000 in the dark in the state of Florida at this hour. Once this thing comes ashore later on this Monday morning, or maybe by midday, what the forecasters are saying, those numbers are definitely going to be going much higher in northern Florida. See, I do believe what Governor DeSantis, he had declared a state of emergency several days ago, but according to the deputy director of the Hurricane Center, this is going to be the story of the storm, and that is historic rainfall. The slow motion is going to dump historic amounts, potentially over 20 inches. We're talking catastrophic flooding. In preparations for Debbie, Governor DeSantis called up 3,000 National Guard, placing most of Florida cities and counties under emergency orders. DeSantis said there were more than 17,000 linemen and other electric workers ready to restore power. The governors of Georgia and South Carolina have also declared states of emergency. All right. Obviously, she'll lose some strength after landfall, but bring heavy rain as it crosses central Florida, back over toward the Atlantic coast, before crawling up to Savannah, Georgia, then on toward Charleston, South Carolina, early this week. Okay, it looks like the last hurricane to make a direct hit on the Big Bend region was Hurricane Idalia back in August of last year, which briefly, as you recall, gained Category 4 strength. Before making landfall as a Cat 3, that was winds of 125 miles per hour. All right, so Debbie is the storm of concern. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 78 degrees at this hour. It was a hot one today. Let's see. The tree guy came by. Take out the dead one from the neighbor's yard that had dropped a huge limb on my fence. in my yard and pool. I'll send you an email of the video. It was pretty cool, but my sister in Auburndale, Florida, said they've been dealing with bands of rain and wind coming through. We could actually use a couple inches of rain over 2 to 3 days, but not all at once. Got a big list of honeydew stuff for tomorrow, including fixing the fence. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to have plenty of time to do stuff around here since we are pretty slow right now. Got a meeting Tuesday with an old friend to see if we can do some work for them. Got an estimate to do on a warehouse move, maybe later this week. Hope your weekend went well. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, Timothy on a Monday, clear 73 degrees, Rocky Mount, Virginia this morning. Wesley said the Japanese stock market not doing well this morning. Well, yeah, we closed out the week. We'll get to some of the economic stuff coming up here. All of a sudden, recession. Recession is becoming a big, frightening word. And that was due to some of the, the unemployment numbers that were released there on Friday. And we've got the numbers directly in relation to trucking, transportation jobs. Falling again in July for the 4th consecutive month. And now are 30,000 jobs less than where we stood a year ago. But again, more on the trucking sector coming up. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, the greatest day of the week, somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, is the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shed eliminator power mic is on. You better stay, build your lane, or the overnight drive will run you down. Time to dial it up at 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. Sit back, heat up that cup of joe, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, and crank up the volume. Let's get the party started. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? I think Big Ed's with us here somewhere down the line. I saw him post here a few minutes ago. There he is. Hello. How we doing, Ed? Russell. Morning, Steve. Hope all's well at the Secret Bunker tonight. Hope your weekend went well. We're starting the old grind once again. Truck drivers, be careful and safe. Keep it between the ditches. May you all reach your destinations safely. And everybody have a good day. See you. Buckeye Boys, did you ever hear about when Art Bell was doing his show and there was a hurricane headed for Tampa and he asked all his listeners to pray or whatever to steer the hurricane away from Tampa, and it ended up taking a hard right turn and absolutely destroyed, I believe it was Punta Gorda. He swore they were the cause of that and promised to never do that again. I hadn't actually heard that story, but as Horse Feathers brought up the old tale of the Indians and the sacred ground, steering these storms and hurricanes away from Tampa over the decades. All right, 844-844-3388. The inbred redneck. How the heck are you?
Oh, good. I'm good, Mr. Summers, buddy. It's been a long time. I tell you what, I've been out here on the campaign trail, and the perfect storm has been brewing. Steve, how long you been hearing me telling people that the financial collapse will happen in the third quarter of this year?
I think you've said that a time or two. So it looks like it's about to occur, you think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah, buddy. It's going to happen. It's going to go slow. I ain't going to say tomorrow you'll wake up and everything will be daggone Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, but you know what I'm saying, buddy. A nice, easy slide. That's the way they like it. That way the big money knows where to throw their money at, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, everything been going on. I told y'all, the only way they was going to keep Trump from winning was assassinate him. And boom, next thing you know, he gets shot in the ear. Then old Biden steps down, and, you know, one of the things that nobody's been reporting on, Steve, is that I was having a rally over there in Vico, Kentucky, and dang on some kid took a water balloon and threw it at me at the rally. I'm not saying I'm a big cog or anything like that, Steve, but it would be nice if CNN reported some of this stuff happened to me on the campaign trail. You know, they're not sending any Secret Service out here taking care of me, buddy. Of course, what I seen happen there in Pennsylvania, I believe I'm better off without them, you know. So, yeah, but buddy, I tell you what, I've been busy. I've wrote 2 books since the last time we talked. And I've also been working on stuff, buddy. You know, you always see them dang on commercials on the internet. Oh, do this and do that, and we're going to send money to your PayPal. And you ain't going to have to worry about money no more. I don't know if you've seen any of them before, Steve.
Yes, oh yeah, every day.
Well, you know, I said, why not give it a shot? Let's see what can happen. I said, there's got to be something going on in this world. Because if you notice, you always see all these people out running around during the day. And damn, none of them got a damn job, Steve. You talk to them, I don't work, you know. I'm thinking, well, you either get a crazy check or you got something figured out today.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So, I delved into some of that stuff. And you know what, Steve? I done a little experiment and for a month. And you would not believe how much I earned, Steve. More than most normal people. I'm going to give you the number right now.
Okay.
It was $5,400 in 1 month. $5,400 in 1 month, Steve. Now, to me, that's a halfway decent living right there. But, yeah, later on, I'm going to try to call you back later this week and enlighten everybody how I done that. I know you may not have time for it right now or whatever, but that's all right. But, Steve, you know, a week or two ago, I heard Big Ed on there.
Yes.
And talking about health insurance. You know, and how he's having to work and everything else. I feel for the feller. You know, when retirement comes, the fella ought to be able to lay his head down and take a rest. And I've been thinking about this for years. You know, think about it. Most time when you go to that doctor, you know, they send a nurse in there, throw a daggone blood pressure cuff on you. You know, check out that. The nurse will ask you what's bothering you or whatever, and then the doctor will come in. He'll spend about 5 minutes with you, and then he's gone. Steve, we're getting snookered. We're getting snookered basically because of the fact that these doctors' hospitals, I'm not saying all of them. I mean, some of them do some good stuff, Steve. I've seen them out there. In my region, they go around and they do what they call RAM, and some of the doctors go out there and they give free medical care and everything else to the poor people, which I respect people like that. But daggone, for the most part, if you're a working man, you're getting hosed. You're getting hosed. You're getting beat with a rubber hose on the nose. And the only solution to this problem is, guess what? We take away the easy money for the doctors, buddy. We're going to outlaw insurance.
Uh-oh.
We're going to put everything on an even playing field. Now, Steve, the way I see it, there's nothing wrong with a man charging $60 an hour for his services. There's nothing wrong with a man charging $200 an hour for his services. You can charge whatever you want to, man or woman, for your services. But daggone, when you come in there and spend 5 minutes with me, the time you figure out your insurance copay and what the insurance people paid in on it, daggone, that dude has walked out of there with $150 for 5 minutes of work. Now, Steve, wouldn't it be much cheaper on America if we just cut out that middleman, got rid of it? The easy money is gone. Then the doctors would have to be out here advertising and competing. Hey, $5 office visits, $10 office visits. Office visit, prescriptions, $10. I mean, it won't fix the medication, but it's going to fix the front end of this deal. I mean, as soon as, you cut out insurance, the medications will have to fall in line. Make it all cash right up front, And I'm not saying that, you have a heart attack and they wheel you off an ambulance to the daggone hospital that you got to pay cash all up front. Mm-hmm. No, there's already laws in place to, prevent that, if it's an emergency, they got to take care of it. You got to stabilize you, so. In my mind now, Steve, I'm not saying I'm the smartest cat out here or nothing like that. I think that fixes the problem, buddy.
Well, you should think about maybe like running for president or something. Well, the inbred redneck. Did he say he'd written a couple of books? I wondered if he's taken a page out of J.D. Vance. He is indeed from the hillbilly redneck hills of Kentucky. It's 844-844-3388.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you're doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, looking at 24 past the hour. I'll back to work Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. After Josh Malloy on a Friday night, I think all said and done, we got home about 1 o'clock in the morning. It was a long evening, but what a great show. It's been a while. I was telling Big Ed, and thanks for sharing the post there, Big Ed. Over the years, I said many a years, I was country music radio. And, of course, working at the biggest country music station in town, you have oftentimes got access to free tickets. And seldom would I ever actually have any interest in going to concerts. More often than not, I would give those tickets to my mom. And she tells me today, she said, you gave me, I gave her tickets to Reba McEntire. She got to see Brooks and Dunn, and all kind of artists over the years that I'd given her tickets to. I said, Josh should feel, he should feel pretty blessed. I mean, to actually make a drive close to 100 miles to see an up-and-coming star. Now, he's from Oklahoma, so he doesn't get up in this region on a regular basis. I said, I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity, make that drive, and it was worth it. So I got an opportunity to thank him for allowing me to use his song to open the show every night. And one thing that I was really impressed about, and I did not realize that in about mid-concert, Josh at every show takes a moment to pause and thank Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior, for his blessings to be where he is and do what he does. And that was really cool. So, and in this day and age, and I was talking to his longtime, he said his childhood, lifetime friend, who was actually working the merchandise booth there. And he was kind of explaining that I guess they don't have a record label that's able to dictate what they can and cannot do. Did you realize a lot of times the record labels will tell you, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. And, it's, I guess, in many cases, it's almost taboo to some of these big labels to be able to thank Jesus Christ. So he said he gets to make his own call, and that's the way they like it. Okay. Who else is on board? There's, let's see. There's Dean Owens. Sylvester in the land down under, who says, the inbred redneck trying to compare himself to normal people? Ha! Living the dream. Here, it's a cool 62 degrees in Currambong, New South Wales, Australia tonight. All right, it's 844-844-3388. And he did just say yes, but there are some labels that allow it. I guess that would be true. Obviously, you've got labels that produce for the gospel singers and the Christian artists and things of that nature. But all right, the 4-month drop in transportation jobs. Unlike the larger overall economy, which we typically say the trucking industry is kind of the barometer of where the economy is going, typically like 90 days in advance, we've been trying to clear out the excess capacity in trucking for the last 2 years. But we'll pause there for a news break and come back with some of those latest hard numbers after this.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. Jordan's foreign minister made a rare visit to Iran to try and de-escalate tensions. Western allies are concerned Iran will attack Israel, who it blames for last week's killing of Hamas's political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Our US correspondent Jagruti Dave is reporting.
An alert over the weekend from the US Embassy in Lebanon says they encourage those who wish to depart Lebanon to book any ticket available, even if that flight does not depart immediately or does not follow their first choice route. The US is bracing for some kind of regional escalation following the killing of top Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, as well as an Israeli strike in Lebanon's capital Beirut, which killed a senior member of the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Alongside diplomatic efforts to dial down the tensions, the US is also increasing its military presence in the region. Speaking to CBS's Face the Nation, Jonathan Feiner, the White House National Security Council deputy advisor, said the US is getting ready for every possibility, but ultimately their goal is de-escalation.
More than 150 people have been arrested in the UK as far-right demonstrations continue to spill over into violence. 10 Downing Street will hold an emergency meeting on Monday, a day after the Prime Minister vowed to do whatever it takes to bring these thugs to justice, he said. John Beaver has more.
Far-right protesters gathered to call for tighter immigration laws, but some started fighting counter-protesters and the police. There were also reports of some looting and arson. Tensions have been high since 3 girls were killed at a dance class in Southport in northwest England last Monday. The suspect was born in the UK, but misinformation quickly spread online, claiming he was a recently arrived Muslim immigrant. Police have blamed much of the violence on the English Defence League, whose supporters have been linked not only to football hooliganism, but also to Islamophobic ideologies.
There's renewed violence in Bangladesh as well, which has claimed close to 100 lives over the weekend, taking the total death toll since the unrest in July began to about 280. This comes as student protesters demanding Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resign clashed with her supporters. Ishan Garg has more.
The Bangladesh government has now imposed an indefinite curfew. Mobile internet services have also been suspended in the capital Dhaka as the officials blame opposition parties for stoking violence. The student protesters are demanding that Sheikh Hasina step down, calling it justice for the scores who've died in the protests so far. The agitation started with students asking the government to roll back quotas in government jobs, which have now been reduced. But analysts say the youth's anger still poses a massive challenge for Hasina's government.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thank you so much. As we get the new week started, get the latest on Hurricane Debbie. First, we were touching on industry headlines. So we've seen 4 consecutive months of job declines in the transportation sector, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Now, following revisions, a decline of 1,600 in April, 6,800 in May, 900 jobs in June, 2,400 jobs in the month of July. So 30,000 less than we were in July of last year. At the other end of the spectrum was a stunning rise in warehouse jobs in July, combined with a revised figure for May that was that has taken up total employment in that sector up by 16,200 jobs in just 2 months. Now, after the warehouse job peaks, jobs in the sector fell 18 of 19 of the next months after we saw this big increase near the tail end of the pandemic, a big surge in warehouse jobs. In the same way that the national unemployment rate rose, so did the overall unemployment rate for the transportation and warehousing. That's a classification that includes truck, transportation, and warehouse sector. Yeah, that rate was 5.7%, up from 4.8% a month earlier. However, that rate does tend to fluctuate considerably. 2 months ago, it was 5.5%. The vice president of leadership solutions at TBM Consulting looks at various data points in the job searching platform of Indeed for evidence on the status of employment in the logistics sector. In an email to FreightWaves, he said there were 1,284,000 resumes in transportation at Indeed with the status of ready to work on July the 8th. Well, on Friday, that number was 1,098,000. Yeah, that sort of trend kind of flies in the face of the Bureau of Labor Statistics report, with the jump in the unemployment rate to 4.3% from 4%, and one of the weakest 1 month increases in job additions in quite a long time. All right, while there are signs of improvement in market conditions to be excited about, exactly when the spot market will become fruitful again in a sustained way, that is not clear. Many analysts now indicating a rate recovery may still be another year away. Freight rates are talking about. It would make sense we continue to see a reduction in market participants from the carrier side. In other words, capacity continuing to exit the industry. All right, what do we have? Lastly, over the course of a year, the effects of rate and wage and benefit changes, wage and benefit adjustments in state and local governments, especially schools, are concentrated in the June to September period. All right. For an industry that has long been under pressure from regulators to add personnel, rail is trending in the opposite direction. June employment was revised down from its original report of 1,400 jobs to a relatively large amount for a sector whose month-to-month changes are measured in the hundreds at most. Workers in truck transportation worked longer and got paid less on average, they say. Okay, working more, making less. Does that sound like the trucking industry? All right, it looks like the Carolina Monkey Gouger is on board. He will be checking in here in a bit. We'll look forward. I was you were on my mind earlier. We're looking at South Carolina. And I know he's told me before. I can't recall exactly how close to the coast he is there, because it really looks like especially the southern and eastern portions of South Carolina are in that zone to get hammered with the incredible rains and the flooding over the next several days. In the meantime, update. Firefighters this past day, Sunday, said they made some progress against the massive Park Fire, California's largest wildfire of the year. 357,000 plus acres, 12% contained at this point. That's it. Owing largely to a brief break in the hot, dry weather conditions, according to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. Crews, they tell us, face an uphill battle with warmer temperatures and lower humidity as we get the new week underway. We're kind of at the mercy of the weather. The fuel and the topography, those are the driving factors with this particular fire. The explosive fire, I guess that was, a week ago, Wednesday afternoon, after the guy pushed the burning car into a gully near Chico, in what authorities say was an act of arson. Thousands have been evacuated. At least 66 structures thus far have been destroyed, 4,200 still being threatened. Nearly 4,000 firefighters attacking this blaze from the air and the ground, but it's burning in steep, jagged terrain, very difficult to access, including areas such as the Ishi Wilderness that haven't burned in decades and are so overgrown and just rife for fire. There's not any infrastructure in there that would have the roads and the access points. The fire is largely crawling in a northward direction where communities such as Paynes Creek are a top concern. Many of the homes and neighborhoods in the area are spread out. They're not densely populated, which has so far allowed crews to keep property damage to a relative minimum, according to authorities. Forecasters say the weather luck may be about to change, while a low-pressure system brought significantly cooler conditions and moister conditions over the weekend. The days ahead are going to bring a gradual increase in those temperatures, decrease in humidity. We're looking at potential for triple-digit highs again by next weekend. Still a bit of uncertainty in the forecast, but it's going to be a slow transition back to warmer than normal temperatures. According to the governor, this is already one of the biggest fires in California history. Our firefighters and emergency responders working day and night, trying to protect our communities. Please heed warnings from authorities. Take steps to stay safe. Of course, the Park Fire, far from the only blaze burning in California. Crews are contending with more than 24 active wildfires. In Kern County, the Burrell Fire is scorching more than 38,000 acres. That was 0% contained this past day. That's a blaze that started Wednesday in the Kern River Canyon, spreading rapidly as it moved through the canyon and met strong winds along the ridges. They've been under red flag warning conditions. The fire continues to burn in a very intense, erratic way. Flames seen from miles away. If you're looking for what extreme fire behavior would be defined as, this is Exhibit A. All right, numerous other fires and evacuations. They didn't have an update in this report about some of the blazes burning in and around the Denver area. Some of those were exploding over the past week as well. Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here on a Back to Work Monday. We take you to the state of Maryland, right up in Horsefeather's neck of the woods. There's a school district that is finding out just how costly virtue signaling can wind up being. Maryland's largest school district, Montgomery County, has found out via an Inspector General's report that implementing electric buses has led to millions of dollars of wasteful spending. The wasteful spending, caused in part by late deliveries, maintenance issues, the report said at a ribbon-cutting ceremony, October of 2022, that Montgomery County Public Schools announced that their 326 new electric buses would save 6,500 gallons of fuel every day, cut costs by 50%. And then reality set in. Since entering into a $168 million contract for the buses, Montgomery County Public Schools has faced significant delays. The Office of Inspector General reported that the buses were constantly delivered late. Dozens of buses scheduled for fiscal year 22 arrived after Christmas instead of the start of the school year. The school district's failure to hold the contractor accountable on the terms of the contract and their decision not to include provisions to offset incurred expenses has led to millions of dollars in wasteful spending. A similar issue occurred in fiscal year 2024. Of the 120 buses that were slated for delivery, only 37 arrived by the end of September, 69 between October and December, then 14 more between January and April. This report also highlighted mechanical and charging failures, which rendered many buses inoperable for extended periods of time. From February of 2022 to March of this year, buses failed to complete routes 280 times, with repairs taking an average of 13 days and more than half exceeding 5 working days. Consequently, in October of last year, the school board approved the purchase of 90 diesel buses for over $14.7 million to address the shortfall. Now, who says government isn't an efficient allocator of our tax dollars? It is 844-844-3388. Greatest day of the week, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, what do you say? Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, they go by rather quickly. Yes, indeed. All right, a lot of folks thinking about our friends in Florida, like Philip. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing?
Well, I can't complain. How about you? Are you in the rain, or are you far enough to the east where you're not in the rain?
I'm in the clear right now. I'm going to be in the clear, hopefully, all the way down to Disney. I don't know. We'll just see how it depends on how things go. But I might be hearing a feeder, run into some feeder bands here and there. Steve, do you mind if I give the guys a little warning? Do you mind if I do that?
Absolutely.
First off, if you're driving and you're, say, south of Tifton, Georgia, all the way down to just south of Ocala on 75, or you're on I-10 and you're anywhere from Pensacola, just east of Pensacola to Jacksonville, you need to pay attention to what you're doing very closely, especially if you're driving a high-profile van trailer, a reefer, or you're pulling a high-profile flatbed that you've got a tarped-up load on, or you're running a tank. Especially if you're running an unbaffled tank, you need to be very careful. So, right where 75 and I-10 is, it's a very dangerous situation right now. So have you looked at it, Steve?
I mean, I'm seeing some of the heaviest rains, extending all the way over literally to Jacksonville and down to Tampa's been in heavy rain much of the day, and I guess they still have feeder bands coming through there. I mean, they were saying some areas have already seen in excess of 10 inches, right?
Yes. So if you're south of Ocala going all the way down to Tampa, say, take, for instance, Wildwood down to Tampa, you're going to run into feeder bands, and, they're just running the coast. And that's what a lot of people don't understand with this storm. If you look at Florida, Steve, and the way the topography is set up, Tampa sticks out way far, and the reason why, that's the widest part of the state down in there from Tampa south. But you get in what they call the Crook of Florida, which is basically Cedar Key all the way up through St. Mark's, Tallahassee, in that area. You're going to see a lot of that erosion on the state of Florida has been caused by these storms. And these storms have done that to the state of Florida. The state of Florida originally, when it started out in its infancy, it was all the way out to Tampa in that area. But with these storms, it's kept eroding it over the years to where it has made what we call the Crook of Florida. And you got to be really careful in that area, man. I'm talking when this thing makes landfall, and I'm not even sure if it's made landfall yet.
No.
I didn't even really check that part of it, but you're talking 90 mile an hour winds when it comes in, and by the time it gets to 75 and 10 in that area, about just north of Lake City, you know, you're looking at 75 mile an hour wind, and that could be a sustained wind. Not mentioning you could have a 90 or to 100 mile an hour gust.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're running a high profile rig, you in trouble, buddy. You know, I mean, and I'm gonna tell you what, 5.7 and Monkey Gouger, they need to batten down and hang on, because there's going to be a lot of rain up there in South Carolina. Did you see the numbers with South Carolina, Steve?
I mean, 10 to 20, and I said, I guess some areas closer to the coast could see up to 30 inches, and that to me was reminiscent of that tropical system that kind of parked over Houston a few years ago. They picked up, and I remember the flooding. I mean, there's already water evacuations, rescues taking place there in areas around Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, yesterday I was watching it, and they already had Fort Myers. They had streets that were completely flooded that had probably 3 foot of water on them.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to pull people and cars out, and that was just from feeder bands. That wasn't even from the storm. The storm was 100 miles off of the coast. So when it got up by Tampa, the center of the storm was 100 miles from Tampa. But the feeder bands that were feeding onto, Tampa, they were eating it up. I mean, it was pretty bad stuff. And then you get up there, you remember where your father used to live at, Steve, up there at Crystal River?
Crystal River, yeah.
Crystal River got it again. I mean, it was hitting, those feeder bands were going right on Crystal River. It's the same thing as what happened in Idalia. That's the storm that we had last year, and it was kind of like the same scenario. The only thing is this one's a little further west, so it's going to hit up around St. Mark's, Tallahassee areas where the main portion of it is, maybe just a little bit east of St. Mark's. Say really close to Perry. Perry's where that Idalia came in at and tore up Perry pretty bad. But the effects of this, we're going to be feeling the effects of this from now until Friday. They're talking that this thing might hang out around South Carolina and North Carolina. Yeah. So it's just one of those things, I mean, been out here. I'm native Floridian. I've been 4th generation on my mom's side. And it's one of the things you got to deal with. I know you're going to be going to your break. Do you want me to hang on there, Steve?
Yeah, we are. About a minute away from news break. So, yeah, we'll take that. Thanks for the heads up. Looks like Carolina Monkey Gouger will be joining us as well. He'll give us the breakdown, what they're anticipating there in South Carolina. I know Gouger's off week was last week. I don't know. We'll find out. Is he actually on the road now? Or is he going to take a few extra days off to kind of batten down the hatches, waiting for the water? High water rescues Sunday night in Pinellas County, Florida, as Debbie whips up heavy rain, storm surge, dangerous flooding. Emergency crews in the county, which includes the cities of Clearwater and St. Pete, were fielding very high volumes of 911 calls Sunday night. Flash flood warnings for more than 2 million people across the area. Pinellas, Manatee, Sarasota counties, well as parts of Hernando and Hillsborough counties. 5 to 10 inches of rain already has come down. Some areas maybe 4 more inches possible. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge is closed due to the high winds and inclement weather.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Tensions remain high in the Middle East as Iran continues to signal it will launch an attack on Israel. The IRGC says the planned military action is in response to the killing of the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, who was killed in an explosion in Tehran last week, which Iran accuses Israel of being behind. Trent Murray has more.
There is growing concern that this region could be on the brink of a major war. That is because we continue to see a ratcheting up of the rhetoric from groups like the Lebanon-based Hezbollah. They say they are preparing a major response to that Israeli airstrike which targeted the southern suburbs of this city Tuesday, killing one of the group's most senior commanders. Now, Hezbollah, of course, forms a crucial part of what the Iranians describe as the axis of resistance, very much led by Tehran, but includes groups like Hezbollah, as well as others from Iraq, Syria, Hamas, of course, in Gaza, as well as the Yemeni-based Houthis. And what many diplomats and analysts are worried about is that all of those groups are currently talking to coordinate a major attack on Israel.
Ukraine has received the first US-made F-16 fighter jets, with more deliveries expected in the coming months. It comes as Russia claims a territorial gain in eastern Ukraine, as Dasha Chernyshova reports from Moscow.
The Russian Ministry of Defense says it has taken under its control the settlement of Novosilovka I in the Donetsk People's Republic after 5 more settlements have been taken under the Russian control. Moscow says Ukraine launched 8 ATACMS missiles and 4 Storm Shadows on the Lugansk region. Russia's Belgorod region has also come under the Ukrainian attack. A woman died as a result of the Ukrainian drone strike. Ukraine has received and started to use first F-16 fighter jets, which Moscow says will become the legitimate target of its operation in Ukraine. A Russian company has earlier said that it will pay a bonus of 15 million Russian rubles or $179,000 for the first F-16 fighter jets that could be shot in Ukraine.
Nigeria's president has called on people protesting against hardship to stop the unrest and embrace dialogue. Tessem Akende reports.
The president, who made the appeal during a broadcast, also expressed sadness at the loss of lives and properties during the protest. Demands of the protesters, among others, include for the government to address hunger and high transportation fares caused by the removal of subsidies on petrol last year. The protest, which began on Thursday, August 1st, turned violent in some states, with about 15 people reportedly dead, items looted, and infrastructure destroyed.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more detail about what happens next in Venezuela. Analysts say the week getting underway will be critical in determining whether President Nicolas Maduro remains in power after an election widely dismissed as being rigged. The opposition leader, Edmundo Gonzalez, is now recognized by the United States as the country's president-elect, with Washington saying there is overwhelming evidence to prove that he should be forming the country's new government. Analyst Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
It's not clear whether there is any sort of proper, legitimate off-ramp in this, and we're just going to see a consolidation of a corrupt, incompetent regime that has driven this once very strong economy and vibrant society downhill. I mean, upwards of, I think, 8 million people at this point have fled the country in recent years. It has been a mishandled economy. It has been corrupt and repressive on top of it, and kind of a thuggish repression as well. But democratic enough to have this vote in which people felt like they had a voice to change the direction. It's just not clear whether any outside voices are going to have any sway and whether or not the regime is going to really crack down heavily.
President Maduro has threatened that crackdown, pledging maximum punishment and no forgiveness towards protesters he accuses of unrest. Over the weekend, opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who had been in hiding, joined demonstrators on the streets. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. Tensions remain high in the Middle East as Iran continues to signal it will launch an attack on Israel. Ukraine has received the first US-made F-16 fighter jets, with more deliveries expected in the coming months. And Nigeria's president has called on people protesting against hardship to stop the unrest and embrace dialogue. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Welcome to the greatest day of the week, right? National Hurricane Center obviously updating on a regular basis as Debbie gets closer to landfall. The 2 a.m. Eastern Time advisory just minutes ago reads, Debbie continues to strengthen as it nears landfall in the Big Bend area. Expected to bring life-threatening storm surge in portions of Florida and major flooding in the southeastern USA. All right, update about 40 miles west of Cedar Cleeve, Florida now. About 95 miles southeast of Tallahassee. Maximum sustained winds have increased to 80 miles per hour. Central pressure now down to 981 millibars. So again, continuing to strengthen. I'm not going to go through all the hurricane watches, storm surge watches and whatnot. Debbie is moving toward the north near 12 miles per hour, a gradual decrease in forward speed, and a turn toward the northeast and east is expected later this morning and on into Tuesday. On that forecast track, the center will reach the Florida Big Bend coast later this morning. then expected to move slowly across northern Florida and southern Georgia late Monday and Tuesday, be near the Georgia coast by Tuesday night. Data from the Air Force reconnaissance aircraft indicate again maximum sustained winds near 80 miles per hour. Some additional strengthening likely before reaching the Florida Big Bend, then weakening after Debbie moves inland. Hurricane force winds extending outward up to 45 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds extending outward up to 140 miles. All right, wind conditions, hurricane conditions are expected in the warning area later this morning. Tropical storm conditions continue to spread northward over the tropical storm warning area along the Florida Gulf Coast this morning, being along portions of the tropical storm warning area along the Atlantic coast by this evening. Okay, tropical storm conditions expected along the coast of South Carolina within the tropical storm warning area by late Monday night. And then they go into the storm surge areas where some are forecasting 6 to 10 feet. From Yankeetown, Florida to the Ockalachnie River. 6 to 10 feet of storm surge. That's big time storm surge. All right, Philip, welcome back.
Yeah, buddy. There's a lot of them Steinhatchee and Withlacoochee and all them Indian names. There's a lot of them, Steve. They're kind of tough to pronounce, aren't they?
I butchered them, yes.
So, yeah. But right now, dude, I'm on I-4, and I'm in Sanford now, but I'll tell you what, coming down there by Lake Monroe, it's damp out, but that wind was eating it up. It was blowing me around a little bit. I had to slow the old rice burner down a little bit here to take it through it. But it's going to be a long day up there, and hopefully we can get through it. Real quick, though, Steve, I wanted to mention this before I go. I know this isn't about the hurricane, but we had a rocket launch yesterday. Did you see that?
Really? With the storm approaching? Okay. No, I did not.
Yeah, SpaceX shot a rocket yesterday afternoon. Well, it wasn't afternoon. It was around noontime. And they brought it right back to Cape Canaveral. They didn't even put it on a barge. We were sitting at the house, and told my wife, I said, what the heck was that? It was like a real big bang. And I'm like, what the heck? Called the neighbor, and the neighbor said, well, I think the rocket just took off, a SpaceX rocket. And I said, what? Because I knew that they were back launching and they were being aggressive with the launches, but I didn't even think they'd bring it right back to the Cape on the day when you're having a hurricane possibly coming at you.
All right.
But they sure did. It's a resupply mission for the ISS. And I was like, whoa. But it kind of startled me because it sounded different than the normal bangs and sonic booms and all that stuff that we get when they come back. But this was, when it landed it back down on there, man, it was loud. It was loud. The last couple of them have been really loud. I think they've been coming back to the Cape because, especially with the storm, you don't want the barge sitting out there with these storms and stuff happening. You get that rocket on top of it, and they got a grabber that holds it on, and if that thing falls off, it's gone. So, but, yeah, I thought I'd mention that. And also, Steve, there's a story that I want you to look up. I'm not going to tell you too much about it, but, I know on here that everybody talks about the border and what's going on with the border and whatnot. Our governor actually sent some of our FHP state troopers over there to work on the border. And there was a story from a reporter out of Local 6 down here. His name's Mike DeForest. That did a story on how much it cost to send those troopers over there to the border. And if you get a chance and you can pull that story up and read it, it's a pretty interesting read about the amount of money that we spend on protecting the border. And we're not even in Texas. We're just helping them out. So, but that's all storm coverage I got today. I think you got another caller coming on that's from South Carolina. So I'll let you get to that guy and Y'all have a good day. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. Yes, all right. Batten down the hatches. I guess it looks like Orlando's going to be they're seeing some rain over in Orlando, but the heaviest, obviously, from areas of Orlando north. See the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee posted here about 1:47 a.m. here a few minutes ago, citing that the composite regional radar really shows how extensive Hurricane Debby and the rain bands are as the eye continues to crawl through the very warm Appalachia Bay while approaching the coastal Florida Big Bend, where conditions are deteriorating this morning and will continue to do so. So with the eye, what they say, about 95 miles off the west coast of Florida, that eye is still over those very warm 86 to 88 degree waters there in the Gulf of Mexico. So even with the majority of the eastern side of the storm overland, the center of circulation still actually intensifying this early Monday morning. And yes, he mentioned a launch this past day. SpaceX launched a Falcon 9 carrying Northrop Grumman's Cygnus CRS-2 NG-21 to orbit this morning from Cape Canaveral. Liftoff was 11:02 a.m. under variable skies. That showed a strong chance of storms coming in shortly afterwards, obviously roughly 7.5 minutes after liftoff. The booster made a meteoric descent before firing up 3 of its Merlin engines, settling down for a soft landing back at the Cape at Landing Zone 1. At that moment, a pair of sonic booms heralded the space coast of the booster's return from its 10th flight. At 11:18 a.m., SpaceX announced a successful separation of Cygnus from Falcon 9, ending their mission portion, having had yet another good day. Okay. Cygnus will not travel to the International Space Station and is under Northrop Grumman and NASA's controls, expected to arrive around 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time. I guess that's this morning. Right now, NASA has live coverage on the broadcast and the streaming channels. Okay. What do we have? Next launch of a Starlink from Space Complex 40 is slated for this Wednesday, right about 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. Busy schedule. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house.
Well, Steve, how the hell are you?
I'm doing well. Had a good weekend. How'd you have a good week at the Marina del Rey? Do some fishing, hunting, swimming? What have you been up to?
Well, we got a little fishing in. It's still too damn hot to fish. 10 o'clock, we had to get off the lake. And fish was biting in deep water. We done all right. Nothing to brag about. We done all right. We held our own. But Steve, talking about this hurricane blowing into South Carolina, like the guy was saying a while ago in Florida. They're saying that thing going to stall over South Carolina. They're going to have 3 days of it. They're expecting down there around Charleston to get like 12, 14 inches of rain.
I mean, I'm looking at the map right now, and it's showing the zone from right about Savannah, Georgia, to Charleston. There's a zone there with 20-plus inches of rain forecast. 16 to 20 extends, almost up to the Myrtle Beach area and all the way down into southeastern Georgia. I mean, you talk about flooding. What part of South Carolina are you? I know you've told me before. What part of the state are you in there, Gouger?
Well, I'm in the central part.
Okay.
I'd be east of Columbia over there, about 50 miles in Sumter, Pinewood, where we live at, but I doubt if that little town's even on the map. But they were saying that we could get 2 inches of rain a day. And see, we've already, all last week, I mean, every day we had them torrential thunderstorms, and we're saturated. And I mean, I ain't gonna fuss about the rain. We could always use some more, but them old boys that's got them combines that sit on their ass and the corn sitting in the field, I believe they're gonna wish they'd have got up and cut that corn instead of waiting on it. It could be a mess up there. I had to do a little, take the pool down, not the pool down, but all the little umbrellas.
Oh, yeah.
All the beat balls and everything secured in, got that all lawn chairs. But, Steve, we rode down to the beach Thursday. JJ and them was staying down there. We rode down there, and it was already, the undertow at the beach was terrible. The wind was blowing it like being in a sandblaster. And they was already getting, you know, this thing has already turned up stuff over there on the Atlantic side. And I told JJ, I said, I think we going back home, man. I said, you can't do nothing down here, that wind blowing like that. And so we turned around and come back Thursday night, and he said it got Saturday and Sunday, it really got rough down there from, you know, the high tides and all that coming in. So it was a mess down there, so. Maybe by tonight when I call you, we'll have an update from Debbie, not the hurricane, but my Debbie.
How's your better half feel being the center of all attention right about now? Everybody talking about Debbie.
Yeah, she was laughing. She said, I hope that hurricane ain't nothing like you, because it is. We have a hell of a ride. She said, well, thank you. I appreciate that. But, Steve, I didn't realize Donald Trump was going to be in Atlanta Saturday. And I messed around there a little bit longer than I should have. And, boy, I tell you one thing, that was a nightmare over there. And I got there about the end of it and got round there, but coming on that other side of Atlanta, them people leaving that thing, boy, the traffic was backed up. It was crazy over there.
So
anyway,
I guess he had a big crowd, right? Big crowd in Atlanta.
Yeah. I mean, did you see any of the speech?
No, I did not catch that. I did not. We were pretty busy this weekend, Gouger.
Well, I understand that. If you don't look at nothing else, Google that thing, lady from Chick-fil-A speaks at rally. And I'm going to tell you something. That woman got up there and excited that crowd to no end. And she's a black lady, young black lady. And I reckon it was when Donald was on trial or something over there. He was in Atlanta and went in this Chick-fil-A. And this lady come out from behind the counter and run up and grabbed his neck and went to hugging him and said, I know who you are. I know everything about you. You saved my college. And I mean, just went to praising him and everything. He said, well, I tell you what. Said, when we have a rally in Atlanta, I want you to come speak. Well, she was there. And, buddy, did she lay it down. I mean, she had that crowd. You could hear that roar all the way to D.C., I believe.
Wow.
I mean, she told it the way it was. And I tell you, man, it was a hell of a rally. Old Trump was on fire, and the crowd was there on fire. And, I mean, it was a good rally. A real good rally, and they said there were probably about 10,000 people outside the convention hall trying to get in. They wouldn't let in. I mean, of course, everywhere he goes, he packs a crowd. And what I thought was so ironic, they're not talking about it. And even Fox, I think, went to the left side a little bit. You know, 4 days before that rally, Kamala come in there and had a rap singer come in before she did to try to fill the venue.
Yes.
3 minutes after she started speaking.
Did we lose the Gouger? Are you still there, Gouger? I think we may have lost him. He just dropped off like, boom. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We'll get a quick time out, come back with more. Roll it into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I don't think that was on Gouger's end. I think that may have been when we lost connection there briefly. Looks like everything's back. Okay, so we did reset the phones. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. So I apologize. I think we had Eagle on board there and Monkey Gouger. Room for you on a Monday. From the email, morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Back at work on an early Monday morning. Currently 81 degrees in the Mile High City. Yeah, he says, I think Biden dropping out of the race is probably going to hurt Trump. Biden didn't know what day it was. Kamala's probably going to get more votes than Biden would have. Hopefully, Trump prevails. Once again, just want to say thank you to all the truck drivers out there moving the freight around the country. Thank you so much for listening in there in Denver, Colorado. All right, so who was it earlier? Inbred Redneck was talking about getting these phishing emails and things like that. I think I shared, how many weeks ago was it, that I'm getting these emails from Meta, otherwise known as Facebook, threatening that I'm going to be sued because I'm copyright infringement, things that I've got posted on the Facebook page, and you've got 24 hours to respond. Oddly enough, I had 24 hours, but I'm still getting these emails on an almost daily basis. And of course, how often do you get? I'm getting emails from from DHL. where my package is awaiting pickup. They couldn't deliver it to home. I need to click on the link. Get those from FedEx and UPS and the U.S. Postal Service. All these, they're phishing scams. They want you to click on the link, and that opens up the door for them to get into your computer. Yeah, the Federal Trade Commission issued a warning late last year about these fake shipping notifications, texts, and emails. It is an astounding number. She said Americans received 78 billion, with a B, billion robo-texts in the first half of 2023 alone. We'll give you more on that coming up here. But again, the line's open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. Jordan's foreign minister made a rare visit to Iran to try and de-escalate tensions. Western allies are concerned Iran will attack Israel, who it blames for last week's killing of Hamas's political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Our US correspondent Jagruti Dave is reporting.
An alert over the weekend from the US Embassy in Lebanon says they encourage those who wish to depart Lebanon to book any ticket available, even if that flight does not depart immediately or does not follow their first choice route. The US is bracing for some kind of regional escalation following the killing of top Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, as well as an Israeli strike in Lebanon's capital Beirut, which killed a senior member of the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Alongside diplomatic efforts to dial down the tensions, the US is also increasing its military presence in the region. Speaking to CBS's Face the Nation, Jonathan Feiner, the White House National Security Council deputy advisor, said the US is getting ready for every possibility, but ultimately their goal is de-escalation.
More than 150 people have been arrested in the UK as far-right demonstrations continue to spill over into violence. 10 Downing Street will hold an emergency meeting on Monday, a day after the Prime Minister vowed to do whatever it takes to bring these thugs to justice, he said. John Beaver has more.
Far-right protesters gathered to call for tighter immigration laws, but some started fighting counter-protesters and the police. There were also reports of some looting and arson. Tensions have been high since 3 girls were killed at a dance class in Southport in northwest England last Monday. The suspect was born in the UK, but misinformation quickly spread online, claiming he was a recently arrived Muslim immigrant. Police have blamed much of the violence on the English Defence League, whose supporters have been linked not only to football hooliganism, but also to Islamophobic ideologies.
There's renewed violence in Bangladesh as well, which has claimed close to 100 lives over the weekend, taking the total death toll since the unrest in July began to about 280. This comes as student protesters demanding Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resign clashed with her supporters. Ishan Garg has more.
The Bangladesh government has now imposed an indefinite curfew. Mobile internet services have also been suspended in the capital Dhaka as the officials blame opposition parties for stoking violence. The student protesters are demanding that Sheikh Hasina step down, calling it justice for the scores who've died in the protests so far. The agitation started with students asking the government to roll back quotas in government jobs, which have now been reduced. But analysts say the youth's anger still poses a massive challenge for Hasina's government.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Ready to connect. Click Connect to Share.
All right, trying to get her together here on a Monday. It's the greatest day of the week. I guess you'd expect to have some technical difficulties. All right, we'll try again. 844-844-3388. So back to the emails, the robocalls. According to the Federal Trade Commission, it is constant. We're constantly hearing about this issue. And that's why we've taken significant steps to sit down with the media. Let the public know that these text messages are what they call smishing, with an S, smishing. They're not from, say, the Postal Service. The U.S. Postal Service has put out alerts about this scam, commonly called smishing. Do not click on the link. All right, they're looking for your feedback, or you to click on the link that's contained in the text message or the email. They're looking for your personal identifying information to commit identity theft, to infect your device or your computer with malware. Or they might also take you to a link for a payment of some sort, claiming a delivery fee. You need to know the Postal Service does not charge for a redelivery fee. He was kind of focusing on the U.S. Postal Service. He reminded customers, we do not send texts from strange email addresses. It would typically come from a 5-digit phone number. The Postal Service will not send you a link in a text message, and the Postal Service will not send you an unsolicited text message. You have to sign up for those alerts. Of course, it's not just the federal government that these fraudsters are pretending to be. The vice president of RoboKiller, which is one of the many spam call and text blocker apps you can download onto your phone, said that the delivery scam text has been a very popular choice for scammers since 2017. Really, what they're trying to do is steal from you via text. Yeah, they're impersonating very well-known shipping companies, as I mentioned, DHL, FedEx, UPS. She said some Americans received 78 billion, the B, robotexts in the first half of 2023 alone. Their findings also found that Americans received 1.1 billion robotexts in 1 month's time, in the month of December, related to delivery scams. Porter said this shows more proof that the scammers believed text messages are one of the most effective ways to target the consumer. Now, the scam of choice for the spammers usually is the one that's most impactful to the consumer. So, just encouraging everyone out there, be on the lookout for those and be quite wary as often as possible when you do receive text that they look like they're from, say, a service provider like FedEx or UPS that you might actually be expecting a package from. Number 1, ignore suspicious messages altogether. Always avoid giving out any personal information when not necessary, and consider downloading one of these available text blocking apps. In addition, the U.S. Postal Service asked those that receive suspected smishing to their email to report it to them without clicking on the web link. They said copy the body of the suspicious text message, paste it into a new email, and be sure to provide your name in the email and attach a screenshot of the text message that might show the phone number of the sender and the date that it was sent. I mean, they're trying. The Postal Service has an actual whole division designed to combat postal crime and things of that nature. All right, 844-3388. A Monday that's actually a Monday. How was it to have an actual weekend, Brain Dead?
It was great until they called me Saturday night to come out and go harass traffic. But hey, real quick though, if you have AT&T, they have an app called Active Armor. I tell you this much, Steve, it is one of the best things you'd ever want. Because one night, many months ago, on one of my nights off, I had a private caller that kept harassing me, and when I put that on there, they called me over 100 times in a matter of 5 minutes, and I never heard the phone ring. So if you've got AT&T, download Active Armor. It is worth it. Excuse me. Now, I don't know about Verizon, T-Mobile. Contact your provider, because if I think right, that RoboKiller, they do charge a monthly fee, and I could be wrong. But so you had a pretty good weekend, huh? Driving down to Lexington?
Yes. I mean, aside from the rain, it turned out to be a good weekend, all said and done.
So, in other words, your breadcrumbs got wet and disappeared heading back home, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, let's start with some NASCAR news, Steve. Well, we got a couple of drivers coming back, Steve. Now, you might know these names. Does the name Greg Biffle ring any kind of a bell to you?
Absolutely, yeah.
He's coming back in the ARCA West Series, as a matter of fact. He's going to be at Tri-City Speedway. I think that's in Portland, Oregon. I could be wrong. This Saturday. Now, he has had a couple starts here, a couple starts there in the Cup Series and the Truck Series, but who knows? You know, it was to help get teams some funding and whatnot. But anyway, now there's even a bigger name coming back. Now, you might know this guy here. He He's the one that decided to make the right-hand turn at Daytona and hit the track-drying truck many moons ago. You remember this one?
Mm-hmm.
Juan Pablo Montoya is coming back for
Oh, no.
2311 Racing.
Are we going to see if he can?
Yeah,
see
buddy.
if he can run into another of the air dryers, right? He's the one that crashed into the air dryer, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yep, many moons ago. But, yeah, he's coming back for 2311 at Watkins Glen. Now, he's also running the 50 car that had Corey Haim and, what's his name? I'm trying to remember. Kabushi? I can't say the Japanese guy's name. And I'm butchering names just like you are today.
Right,
See,
right.
I guess it runs in the family. But this is the rumor is that this is a testing out, so to speak, of what is going on with the third charter coming up. And there's an update to that here in just a minute. Now,
Okay.
Corey LaJoie, he got let go from Spire Motorsports, and he went on his podcast, and he pretty much just was whining, crying, and complaining like how a couple gets divorced, how one goes bashes the other one. That's pretty much what he did for 45 minutes. And quite honestly, though, he needs to go back to the Xfinity Series for a season or two just to see how competitive he is, because the reason Spire got rid of him was because he's not as good and productive as his teammates was. And his teammates have been doing phenomenal. So I could really see Spire getting away with getting rid of him. So, and obviously him going on a podcast and bashing it is not helping his image, because and I know these people have all kind of handlers around them, and that could very well hurt him in the future coming back up to the Cup Series. So, real quick, there's another rumor that's been floating around. Now, remember the Clash being held at the Coliseum in L.A., and the contract is up on it, and they're kind of rumoring about where they're going to put it. Remember this, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
The latest rumor, are you sitting down for this? The latest rumor is they want this race to go to Brazil. I did not stutter. They wanted to go to San Pablo, Brazil. Now they're kind of feeling out some of the tracks, because F1 has a track down there, and they've also got a possible street course track, and they've even considered taking a soccer stadium and making it into a NASCAR track. But you've got to think of one major problem: logistics. How do you get the Cup cars and the trucks or whoever else down from, say, North Carolina all the way down to San Pablo, Brazil, like 8,000 miles away? Put them on a boat, float them. I know it's going to be very costly to put them on an airplane, excuse me, and put them on an airplane. So, and realistically, here's something else, too, that I didn't know about. The NFL, God love them, Steve, they have coming down there, for the first game of the season is the Philadelphia Eagles and the Green Bay Packers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their jersey colors are green, right?
Correct. Last I checked.
This is something the NFL has not thought about. The rival team for Brazil in soccer, like Alabama, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, et cetera, is green. So let's just say Brazil would really hate it if they go down there with any kind of green cars, green jerseys. you gotta love the people that just don't really think outside the box. Now, speaking of another rumor, you remember several months back we talked about Andretti trying to get into NASCAR?
I do, yes.
Remember this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the latest rumor floating around from the team president, and I can't remember his name off the top of my head, said in an interview that they are really considering this. Now, for the last 20 years or so, Andretti has put the feelers out into getting into NASCAR, and they're really, really seriously interested now. So one of the teams that I imagine they're looking to line up with is Spire Motorsports. Spire Motorsports has been really, really on a hiring spending spree. They're throwing money everywhere, left and right, big bonuses, big salaries, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, they got Rodney Childers, and you don't come cheap. So anyway, so now let's say they take Andretti and merge them together with Spire. This team, Andretti, is very well funded and has a lot of money from the F1 team that they were going to start.
Right.
Remember this? So let's just say it could get very deep very quick. Now, remember I said that there was a rumor about there was a update on the charter? Well, apparently Netflix has picked up the second season for their docu-series, Fast Speed or something like that? I can't remember. Now, this series is getting some sort of mixed feelings from the garage area and the team owners, and quite frankly, I don't blame them because there's no really charter in effect. They have not settled the issue of the charter, and I agree with that because that last year, 2311 gave them unlimited access to Denny Hamlin, Tyler Riddick, Bubba Wallace, the whole shop, and they're pretty much not going to come back. Now, the deal is with the charter so far is that the TV revenue is going to be split between 65% for the tracks, 25% to the teams, and 10% to NASCAR. Now, they are negotiating the rest of the stuff, like the governance, sitting and helping make rules and guiding where the sport's going to go. Also, the future of other revenues such as sports betting, and also to the actual permanent of charters. Now, here's the kicker in all of this. They're not going to renegotiate anything with the charters till the next TV contract runs out, which is in 7 years. And they already have the option in place for another 7 years. So that means in 14 years from now, there's a possibility for a permanent charter, Steve. So,
okay. Will we even be alive? Will the planet still exist 14 years from now? Based on some of the gloom and doom, I begin to wonder. All right, let's see. Inbred Redneck chimed in hour number 1. He was talking about, I told you, the whole, the financial world third quarter would be when it comes to fruition. And he mentioned overseas markets were dropping. And my, this hour, some of the headlines, the word bloodbath. Bloodbath in global stock market. Japan's Nikkei index crashes more than 12%. This is the worst stock day for Asian markets since, I remember 1987. I was in my early 20s. just married for a couple of years. They called it Black Monday. Yeah, very scary times. The U.S. looks ready for a Black Monday. NASDAQ futures are already down 5% before the opening bell. We'll give you more right after this. Monday, the greatest day of the week.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Well, what does it all mean? Stock market was taking a dive here in the U.S. Friday. The unemployment numbers. That normally translates to the rest of the world, and now it's Monday in the rest of the world, and leading up to where does the bottom they start looking? How far will things drop in the coming hours? They said Friday that I believe the NASDAQ had already dropped into what they call correction range. Here's what we have this early Monday. Stock markets across Asia plunging Monday, following big falls last week by major indices around the world. In Japan, the Nikkei 225 and Topix indexes were both down nearly 13% in afternoon trading. Wow. Now, that comes after weak jobs data in the U.S. Friday sparked concerns about weakness in the world's largest economy. Meanwhile, the yen has been strengthening against the U.S. dollar since the Bank of Japan raised interest rates last week, making stocks in Tokyo more expensive for foreign investors. Now, the sell-off instigated by the sharp appreciation of the yen as global investors turn cautious on Japanese corporate earnings, especially that of exporters like automakers, according to one Tokyo-based portfolio manager. The Japanese currency has strengthened about 9% against the U.S. dollar over the past month. A stronger yen makes Japanese goods more expensive, consequently less attractive for potential overseas buyers. Unlike other central banks, such as the Bank of England and the European Central Bank, the Bank of Japan lifted interest rates last week to the highest levels since the global financial crisis of 2008. Inflation in Japan rose more than expected in June, while the economy shrank in the first 3 months of the year because of a weaker yen and poor household spending. Elsewhere in the Asian Pacific region, Taiwan's main share index and South Korea's Kospi both fell more than 8%. India's main index, the NSE Nifty 50, was trading 1.8% lower, and the S&P ASX 200 in Australia was down about 3.6%. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong down 1.4%. The Shanghai Exchange, little changed there. Cryptocurrencies were also down. Bitcoin dropped just over 53,000, its lowest level since February. Of course, going back to Friday, stocks in New York fell sharply after official jobs data showed U.S. employers added 114,000 jobs in July. Far fewer than expected. Average job growth in the U.S. has been around 150,000 a month. The figures for July raising concerns that a long-running jobs boom in the U.S. may be coming to an end, stoking speculation about when and by how much the Federal Reserve will actually cut interest rates. There are fears the U.S. economy will slow, despite the most recent data showing that it expanded at an annual rate of 2.8%. See where do we go on a Monday?
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts for the latest world news. US President Joe Biden is to meet his national security team as fears grow of an Iranian attack on Israel. The US is deploying extra fighter jets and warships to the region. Urgent diplomatic efforts continue, with the US and its allies trying to dial down tensions in the Middle East. Our US correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
An alert over the weekend from the US Embassy in Lebanon says they encourage those who wish to depart Lebanon to book any ticket available, even if that flight does not depart immediately or does not follow their first choice route. The US is bracing for some kind of regional escalation following the killing of top Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, as well as an Israeli strike in Lebanon's capital Beirut, which killed a senior member of the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Alongside diplomatic efforts to dial down the tensions, the US is also increasing its military presence in the region. Speaking to CBS's Face the Nation, Jonathan Feiner, the White House National Security Council deputy advisor, said the US is getting ready for every possibility, but ultimately their goal is de-escalation.
The UK government is holding an emergency COBRA meeting after a weekend of rioting. There were violent scenes in towns and cities which saw over 150 people arrested and police officers injured. The UK's Home Office has also offered greater protections for mosques after some were attacked during weekend unrest. Middlesbrough MP Andy MacDonald says his city needs to rebuild after violent clashes.
We do need to have a conversation about building social cohesion. And having a rational discussion about that, and that's perfectly proper. But the people who turned up on the street in Middlesbrough didn't come to exercise some democratic right or freedom of expression. They came to wreak havoc and injure people and damage buildings and businesses.
Renewed violence in Bangladesh has claimed close to 100 lives over the weekend, taking the total death toll since July to about 280. This comes as student protesters demanding Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's resignation clashed with her supporters.
The Bangladesh government has now imposed an indefinite curfew. Mobile internet services have also been suspended in the capital Dhaka as the officials blame opposition parties for stoking violence. The student protesters are demanding that Sheikh Hasina step down, calling it justice for the scores who've died in the protests so far. The agitation started with students asking the government to roll back quotas in government jobs, which have now been reduced. But analysts say the youth's anger still poses a massive challenge for Hasina's government. Critics are accusing her of using brute force to clamp down on dissent, as most of the dead and injured were reportedly attacked by the police. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more detail about what happens next in Venezuela. Analysts say the week getting underway will be critical in determining whether President Nicolas Maduro remains in power after an election widely dismissed as being rigged. The opposition leader, Edmundo Gonzalez, is now recognized by the United States as the country's president-elect, with Washington saying there is overwhelming evidence to prove that he should be forming the country's new government. Analyst Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
It's not clear whether there is any sort of proper, legitimate off-ramp in this, and we're just going to see a consolidation of a corrupt, incompetent regime that has driven this once very strong economy and vibrant society downhill. I mean, upwards of, I think, 8 million people at this point have fled the country in recent years. It has been a mishandled economy. It has been corrupt and repressive on top of it, and kind of a thuggish repression as well. But democratic enough to have this vote in which people felt like they had a voice to change the direction. It's just not clear whether any outside voices are going to have any sway and whether or not the regime is going to really crack down heavily.
President Maduro has threatened that crackdown, pledging maximum punishment and no forgiveness towards protesters he accuses of unrest. Over the weekend, opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who had been in hiding, joined demonstrators on the streets. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. US President Joe Biden is to meet his national security team as fears grow of an Iranian attack on Israel. The US is deploying extra fighter jets and warships to the region. And the UK government is holding an emergency Cobra meeting on Monday after a weekend of rioting. And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts in Washington.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, another hour. Welcome into a Monday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. 3:06 Eastern Time. Keeping an eye on Hurricane Debbie as she continues intensification before coming ashore in the Big Bend area, as they call it, of Florida in the coming hours. And what we are seeing already are numerous flash flood warnings, and there's much more to come on that. Many counties in the Big Bend area already contending with flash flooding. All right, flash flooding, small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. other poor drainage in low-lying areas. Meanwhile, under industry headlines at this hour, it's almost like a little bit of an infomercial, but it's good information. If you're an owner-operator, especially new, or maybe one of those contemplating becoming an owner-operator, it's something you have to do a lot of long, hard thinking, and you have to be able to make smart business decisions. Owner-operators in the market for a new or used truck could be making one critical mistake, according to one industry expert. Gary Frary is an advisor with Truck Tractor Trailer, a web-based group that helps maximize revenue for companies in the trucking and transportation industry by connecting people and modernizing processes through technology, accessibility, and a unique out-of-industry perspective. During a recent interview with Landline Now, he offered his insights and opinions on the topic of purchasing a new or used truck. Now, first of all, he said finding the right price may be an important part of the equation, but finding the right truck for your needs is just as crucial. The mechanical piece is important. You don't want to buy more truck than you need. That's just a waste of money. You also don't want to buy not enough truck and get yourself caught in a bad situation. Now, he said, when looking for a truck, owner-operators should consider what you're going to be hauling as well as where when you make decisions. For instance, he said, truckers who haul predominantly in the plains, you'd be looking for a very different truck than those who traverse the steep mountain grades on a regular basis. He offered insight on a number of other topics, including what he said is the first thing any potential owner-operator should be asking. For owner-operators looking to get the most out of their business, or for drivers considering making the jump to have their own authority, OOIDA offers their Truck to Success course. It is a 3-day course that offers in-depth instruction on everything it takes to become and succeed as an owner-operator. Some of the topics covered during the Truck to Success program include developing a business plan, a plan that works for you, equipment financing, insurance, the new entrant safety audit and compliance reviews, the Drug and Alcohol Consortium and the requirements, permits and licensing, taxes and business structures, brokers and factoring. The course is coming up October 22nd through the 24th at the Courtyard by Marriott in Blue Springs, Missouri. You can register online at OOIDA's website. The deadline to sign up is October 1. The cost for the in-person class is $495 a person. If you're unable to attend in person, there is an online version available via Zoom. The deadline to register for this $250 virtual course will be October 21st. They do say there are benefits for early birds. If you register before September 1, you'll receive $50 off the price of the course, plus a free 1-year membership to OOIDA. And that's the website. You can learn more at OOIDA.com. All right, back to the phones here on a Monday. Rex, I do believe. Morning, Rex. How are you?
Morning, Steve. Sorry, I'm dropping my trailer.
I got you busy, huh?
Yeah, you got me just as I was coming to the terminal. Sorry. Just wanted to say that hurricane's getting ready to go into what they call the low country of Georgia, where Savannah's at.
Mm-hmm.
That whole area is nothing but a marshland. You know that.
I'm not real familiar, but I mean, so with low-lying areas, it's all going to be, everything will be underwater, in other words.
Pretty much. I mean, it's like the Everglades down in Florida, but not as big. But, you know, if they get more rain than they need, where's it going to go?
Mm-hmm.
Like the water table is just as high as Florida. And I'm just saying it's going to be a mess. I don't drive over the road anymore, so I'm glad I don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, I know some of the. I mean,
another thing I was going to ask you.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
When they're talking about some of those
go ahead.
areas near Savannah, I mean, 20 inches of rain in 3-4 days time. That's hard to imagine.
How much of a bucket would that fill up? Think about it.
Oh man, yes, yeah.
I have some information for you if you want to. If you're into reading, you were talking about the fires out in California.
Yes, sir.
I read a book about the coming global apocalypse, if that's what you want to call it. I can't remember. There's two authors. They co-wrote this book together called War Day, which was wrote back in the 80s. So it was about a limited nuclear exchange between us and Russia
mm-hmm.
during the Cold War. And then they wrote another book called Nature's End. And believe it or not, they were right on the money about what's going on right now with the fires, the economy, the environment. You were talking about Denver. This book had Denver was so bad with what do they call it, the air quality index,
mm-hmm.
that you had to buy a can of air just to survive in that area.
Wow.
You had to if they limited the cans. You couldn't just buy a whole case of them. They limited so many. And then the Santa Ana winds came through and just destroyed almost half of LA because of the winds and the fire. But the reason for it was because instead of us killing each other with nuclear, we killed each other with the nature. Like, I mean, we live off at the Amazon. If you think about it, the Amazon is what keeps us breathing with the rainforest down there.
Sure, the oxygen.
And if it were to go away, the oxygen level would just go plummeting. So we upgraded our technology, and this guy wrote in the 86, 87 area, and he was talking about tablets, he was talking about cell phones, he was talking about all this new technology that we have today, and they were writing about it in the 70s and 80s, just like Tesla and what was that guy's name that invented the light bulb that he stole it all from Tesla?
Mm-hmm.
Edison. I mean, they were talking about that back then. So I was just letting you know that is a very good book to read. And another one is James Wesley Rawls. He wrote 2 or 3 books about the economy shutting down, like you're talking about with the stock market and everything.
Right.
There's like 3 or 4 books in that series. We lost the government, basically. The world just became a total wasteland. And we were fending for ourselves, basically, where we, rationed our own food. Little communities got together and, created their own little commune. It's a very, very good series. And you think about it, if it's true to form, like you're saying, October, it might just happen.
Well, all right, interesting stuff.
So, I'll let you go. I got to go home, so I'll talk to you later.
Thanks for checking in this Monday, Rex. Safe travels out there, low-lying areas. Debbie, Hurricane Debbie. I think the next, what they call it, interim update will be coming up top of the hour. The 2 a.m. advisory had sustained winds at 80 and continuing to strengthen. But flooding rains across the southeast, Georgia, and what he just mentioned, the Low Country. Now through Tuesday night, we could be talking record rainfall in parts of the area. Of course, you've got the threat for isolated tornadoes and coastal flooding. Start with the track. The storm's forecast to slow down after making landfall in the Big Bend area. Turn to the northeast. Forecast taking the storm across southeast Georgia Monday night through Tuesday. She will slowly move northeast, possibly making her way over the Atlantic as it tracks up or near the southeast coast. The storm may turn inland over the Carolinas by Wednesday or Thursday. Number one impact, rain. Totals 8 to 14 inches for much of the area. Isolated totals may reach 18 plus. Street and river flooding is likely. Let's see. This lines up with all the models are lining up well, where they're forecasting up to 18 inches in isolated locations. Rain should become more scattered and isolated by Wednesday. The heaviest rain is going to fall now into parts of Tuesday. The threat of isolated tornadoes highest for Monday. Please stay weather aware as thunderstorms rotating around Debbie may produce spin-up tornadoes. Of course, you got the storm surge warnings for the coastal areas of Georgia and the Low Country. For that region, a storm surge 2 to 4 feet possible. The wild card is if this will be paired up with any of the high tides in the region. Right now, they say major coastal flooding is not expected, but a lot's going to depend on the timing of the higher weather. Yes, some of the local outlets there along the Georgia coast on a Monday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get back to the calls here momentarily. Man has a warrant out for his arrest after being caught smuggling drugs inside of Buc-ee's stuffed animals last week. The crime discovered around 1 a.m. last Wednesday in Fayette County, Texas, along Interstate 10. According to the Austin American-Statesman, an officer pulled over a four-wheeler for a traffic infraction and was conducting the traffic stop when he recognized the smell of marijuana coming from the car. The motorist consented to a search. The officer traced the source of the odor to a collection of Buc-ee's beaver plush sitting in the basket or the back seat. Upon investigating the stuffed animals, the officer noticed they had been restitched, and he felt packages stuffed inside the toys. The plushies were cut open to reveal packages of marijuana and ecstasy hidden inside. The motorist, 47-year-old Eugene Davis Jr., then claimed to be experiencing chest pain and was transported to a local hospital for treatment. Ultimately, 2 pounds of marijuana were seized, and a warrant has been issued for his arrest. I guess took him to the hospital, and he somehow made a mad dash. I'm out of here. All right. Interesting, in the state of Indiana, a roadway designed to charge electric semi-trucks as they drive will soon be undergoing testing in the Hoosier State. What is being called the Electrified Roadway is a project started in 2019 by Purdue University and the Indiana DOT. Crews have been installing electric coils underneath the pavement of US 231 in West Lafayette, Indiana. They're now working to repave the patches that they dug out along the highway. Now we're just going to go through and we're covering with the pavement, leveling that out and having it almost ready to where it could be drivable in the very near future, according to a DOT spokesperson. The project is intended to charge fully loaded commercial vehicles as they drive 65 miles per hour along the highway by using a magnetic field to transfer energy from the coils to a receiver on the semi-truck. A fully loaded semi, 80,000-pound vehicle going 65 miles per hour. They said you're talking about 200 kilowatts that you have to deliver, and that's a lot of power. Like on the order of 100 homes worth of power that you're continually delivering. You'd place these coils within the roadway, then all the electric vehicles would reduce their battery size and reduce the range anxiety. We're trying to deliver the power to the propulsion system and any auxiliaries associated with the vehicle so you can forget the battery. You'll need a battery to get on the roadway. You'll need a battery to get off the roadway. But while it's on the roadway, the battery isn't needed. Now, they said the roadway will be reopened to all traffic in the next few months. Then in the spring, crews will begin testing the technology with electric semi-trucks. Now, they're trying to say what was science fiction 20 years ago is present now. I guess the bigger question is, will it actually work? And what's the cost of installing these coils? And are they talking about having to have these coils intermittently for what? For miles and miles? I mean, surely at 65 miles per hour, going across just a short strip of this is not going to be any time necessary to charge a vehicle's battery. So I'm not sure how it all works, but I'm thinking it's probably pretty damn expensive. Eagle on a Monday. What's happening, Eagle? Hello, Eagle. I bet he might have just dozed off. It is a Monday, so. Hello, Russell.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well. How was your weekend there?
It went pretty good. It wasn't bad. Didn't really do anything, just kind of resting up for work. I want to call in about the, I don't know if you've kept up with it or not, but the Middle East, how we're sending over, getting a brain fart here, fire squadrons and warships and stuff. I mean, it's all kind of crap, and it's just the tensions is getting really bad. But I was thinking, you know what's going to happen, and I hope it doesn't. But Israel's going to get attacked simultaneously, I'm afraid, from Hezbollah, Hamas, and Iran.
Mm-hmm.
That happens, that's going to be a big, big problem. I mean, I don't know what's going to occur, but
it's a tinderbox right now, Russell, the proverbial tinderbox.
Yeah, it is. Yes. And I'm wondering if that's why the stock market is playing the way it's going, because the tensions are really high over there in the Middle East. I mean, really high. And it's we got squadron fighters over there. We got everything over there. And it's just like, whatever happens, it's going to be a big outbreak.
I mean, we always say, we always say, hopefully cooler heads will prevail. But this has been brewing for decades and decades. I mean, they always talk about World War III beginning right there in the Middle East.
Yeah, I know. That's what worries me too. But we're supposed to be there for deterrence, but operates going to be more than that because we're not sending all these warships and everything over there for nothing. We're really not. It's just going to be a bad situation, I'm afraid. That's all I had to say, Steve, and everyone take care, and you take care too, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Russell, good to have you on board. Have a safe week out there. I'm pulling up the report where it looks like Joe Biden is going to be convening a big powwow today, get together with our national defense team. See what we can find here. All right. Joe is set to discuss tensions in the Middle East with the national security team today, Monday, and meet with Jordan's King Abdullah II, while Israeli leaders warned that they will exact a, quote, heavy price if attacked. Concerns about potential actions launched by Iran or its proxies. The U.S.-Jordan talks a day after Jordan's foreign minister traveled to Iran, where he urged an end to the escalation and for the region to live in peace, security, and stability. But, we know that ain't happening. But return after this.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. Jordan's foreign minister made a rare visit to Iran to try and de-escalate tensions. Western allies are concerned Iran will attack Israel, who it blames for last week's killing of Hamas's political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Our U.S. correspondent Jagruti Dave is reporting.
An alert over the weekend from the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon says they encourage those who wish to depart Lebanon to book any ticket available, even if that flight does not depart immediately or does not follow their first choice route. The US is bracing for some kind of regional escalation following the killing of top Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, as well as an Israeli strike in Lebanon's capital Beirut, which killed a senior member of the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Alongside diplomatic efforts to dial down the tensions, the US is also increasing its military presence in the region. Speaking to CBS's Face the Nation, Jonathan Feiner, the White House National Security Council deputy advisor, said the US is getting ready for every possibility, but ultimately their goal is de-escalation.
More than 150 people have been arrested in the UK as far-right demonstrations continue to spill over into violence. 10 Downing Street will hold an emergency meeting on Monday, a day after the Prime Minister vowed to do whatever it takes to bring these thugs to justice, he said. John Beaver has more.
Far-right protesters gathered to call for tighter immigration laws, but some started fighting counter-protesters and the police. There were also reports of some looting and arson. Tensions have been high since 3 girls were killed at a dance class in Southport in northwest England last Monday. The suspect was born in the UK, but misinformation quickly spread online, claiming he was a recently arrived Muslim immigrant. Police have blamed much of the violence on the English Defence League, whose supporters have been linked not only to football hooliganism, but also to Islamophobic ideologies.
There's renewed violence in Bangladesh as well, which has claimed close to 100 lives over the weekend, taking the total death toll since the unrest in July began to about 280. This comes as student protesters demanding Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resign clashed with her supporters. Ishan Garg has more.
The Bangladesh government has now imposed an indefinite curfew. Mobile internet services have also been suspended in the capital Dhaka as the officials blame opposition parties for stoking violence. The student protesters are demanding that Sheikh Hasina step down, calling it justice for the scores who've died in the protests so far. The agitation started with students asking the government to roll back quotas in government jobs, which have now been reduced. But analysts say the youth's anger still poses a massive challenge for Hasina's government.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom Seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We're talking the tensions in the Middle East. So, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke to his Israeli counterpart this past day, supposedly reiterating ironclad U.S. support for Israel's security and their right to self-defense against threats from Iran, the Iranian proxies like the Lebanon-based Hezbollah, the Yemen-based Houthis. They discussed U.S. force posture moves that they're taking to bolster protection for U.S. forces, support the defense of Israel, to deter and de-escalate broader tensions, according to the statement from the Pentagon. We are moving an aircraft carrier group and more assets to the region. That was announced on Friday. The White House National Security Council Deputy Advisor spoke on Face the Nation this past day, stating, "Our goal is de-escalation. Our goal is deterrence. Our goal is defense of Israel. We are preparing for every possibility." Speaking on This Week on ABC, "We do not think a regional war is in anyone's interest." So it's been a very fluid situation. France has warned of a highly volatile situation, while the U.S., France, Canada, Jordan, Britain have all told their citizens, get out of Lebanon. Several airlines have already suspended or curtailed service to that region. All right. Anthony Blinken spoke this past day with the G7 foreign ministers to discuss the urgent need to calm tensions in that region. The Israeli military says this Monday they are working to intercept a number of suspicious aerial targets that originated in Lebanon. One falling in northern Israel injured 2 Israeli military personnel. Now, they're on a daily basis, nearly. They're trading fire since the whole Israeli-Hamas war started 10 months ago. So that's where things stand this morning. Tense times. To the anonymous hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, let's see, where were we at here? I don't know. I already kind of got on past the last thing you're get with the. So, anyways, we've been listening on the news here about this deal with the election down there in Venezuela, and the president-elect that our government is supporting, from what I understand, isn't the one that was elected.
That is correct.
Is that the way I'm?
That would be affirmative.
So our government is.
We have
kind of interfering with their election.
Ironclad evidence that the fix was on in their election.
Is that like the Russian collusion thing that we had in 2016 that we were claiming we had going?
Well, good question.
Wait a minute now. Yeah, good question. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Let everybody else's minds work on that. Anyways, hey, so I'm looking at one of these internet things here, and because everything on the internet is true there, you know, you believe everything on the internet. And you were talking about the phishing scam. There was a thing that one of the law enforcement put out there that there's a deal with people with Venmo now that are contacting people and sending them money and then saying, hey, we accidentally sent you the money. Can you send it back to us because we didn't mean to send it to you? If you'd be really nice and return the money to us.
Yeah.
And apparently the money that they're sending you is a stolen credit card. So they're stealing credit cards and they're using a stolen credit card to send you Venmo money and then want you to return the money to give them good money. And then when the credit card service comes in and says, hey, that money you got was stolen, you don't get it, and you lost your money by giving it to other people.
So they're using Venmo.
The
Venmo is a money laundering scheme, essentially. They're using Venmo to launder the money.
Absolutely. I'm sure they're doing it with PayPal and all the other services too. And who knows what they're doing for the GoFundMes and the other things like that. I mean, they might be possibly doing stuff through them too. So anyways, something to watch out for. But the one I was really calling it back was there was this internet Misty Big Rig there. Remember Misty Big Rig? Whatever happened to her? Where'd she go? Is she still out there?
I presume. Okay. I'm not sure.
I haven't seen anything pop up. I haven't seen anything from her pop up lately. So I was just kind of wondering, and I knew she was having a little bit of trouble there a ways back with her Kenworth and everything, but I don't know. It sounded like she was going to come back along, so hopefully she did. Well, anyways, this internet influencer is one that does stuff on Disney and the Disney parks and stuff like that. And he was reporting him being the next wannabe Tom Brokaw of the internet. I don't know if that's a good person to be on the internet or not. Better than Barry Williams, maybe? I don't know. But he was saying that when you go into one of these Disney parks now and you got your wristband on, in order for you to go in and use the facilities, you know, if you got to go number 1 or number 2 or something of that nature and you wanted to run in the little room there to do it, you have to use your armband to get in the door, and then they charge you accordingly to what you do in there. So if you just have liquid disposal, you get charged one price, and if you have a solid disposal, you'll get charged another price. But I didn't know, you know, because everything on the internet is true and factual. So as I said, this next Tom Brokaw, you know, influencer of the internet was reporting this. So unless he was just making up a good story to make it.
Sounds like the kind of thing. I think that,
you know,
I think that would be true in like Disney in China. China is known to charge you to use restrooms like that. So I wonder if it's like the Disney World over there in China.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I was kind of wondering. But the way the ticket prices go up, I can see them doing all these things. Like the airlines there started charging bags on the plane if you wanted to take your bags with you. So I can see these places that are trying to find a way to curtail their admission ticket prices. That charge so much for parking now that they never used to, and just come up with other fees in the park so that. But he was reporting that people were going into these parks now astronaut style, and you know what that is, right?
Yeah,
that
right.
Just depends.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just depends on So the person you might be standing in line with, or waiting to get on the roller coaster, or sitting next to you on the roller coaster, he might have dropped the deuce a couple hours ago, sitting in his Depends there, waiting. I don't know. Just doesn't. I don't know. Just, anyways, as I say, just things you see on the internet make you say, "Huh." But, anyways, but just remember, everything on the internet is true. So whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I guess with that, Your Honor, where can we go from there? We can't even do any more. We probably just about ruined the show for you. Hopefully Eagle woke up. He can come back and save it for us. So anyways, all right, we'll talk to you later, Your Honor.
All right, a quick Google search, a.k.a. Snopes. That was supposedly a satirical piece. In early June, a rumor went viral on TikTok that Disney was charging guests to use bathrooms. It'll cost you $1 to pee and $2 to poo. Yeah, the caption reads, "Many adults are wearing diapers at Disney World because of this." Now, that rumor, they say, originated from an article published by Mousetrap News on June 7 of this year, claiming you now need to pay to use the bathroom. This is part of Disney's newest pay-to-pee program. If you want to go to the bathroom, you need to scan your Magic Band, then the toilet will unlock so you can go to the bathroom. You will then be charged based on the weight of your deposit. This allows Disney to determine if you went number 1 or number 2, and they can charge you accordingly. That's this applies to both urinals and toilets. Disney is doing that to prevent men from taking a dump in the urinals to cheat the system. Because of the new policy, many adults are now wearing diapers. Yeah, that sounds exactly what he came across. Mousetrap News is the world's best satire site. We write fake stories about Disney parks, from Disney park announcements to Disney hotel and resort news, to made-up Disney partnerships. You can be assured that anything you read here is not true, real, or accurate, but it's in fun. So technically our slogan, the Mouse trusted name in Disney news, isn't true, but we thought it was creative and funny, so we're running with it. Similarly, Mousetrap News TikTok account stated, "Real Disney news that is 100% fake." There's the answer. All right, we'll get back at the calls. It's 844-844-3388. Don't be taking a dump in the urinal. You can't make this stuff up.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low
sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Today is a Monday, 5th day of August. Let me let you be the first to know. You've been forewarned. The Texas Department of Public Safety announcing that a commercial vehicle blitz will be taking place on certain interstates this week. Officials say the Texas Highway Patrol will be conducting a distracted, reckless, impaired visibility enforcement or safe drive initiative starting Tuesday through Thursday, kind of like a 72-hour road check. During the 72-hour effort, Texas troopers will focus on concentrated highway enforcement of commercial vehicles. Interstates 10, 20, 35, 40, and 45. Now, as part of the effort to reduce commercial vehicle crashes on these major interstate corridors, troopers will target both passenger vehicles and commercial motor vehicles looking for aggressive drivers, speeding, tailgating, failure to wear safety belts, distracted drivers. Also, as part of the Safe Drive, Texas DPS offers a few tips. Stay out of the blind spots. Large trucks and buses have huge blind spots on all 4 sides. Pass safely. Make sure you can see the commercial motor vehicle driver in their side mirror. Signal clearly and safely past the truck or bus. Do not linger in the blind spot. Make sure the bus or truck is visible in your rearview mirror before you pull back in front. Do not cut off large vehicles. It takes a large truck traveling at highway speeds the length of 2 football fields to stop. Do not tailgate. Tailgating a truck or bus puts you in a blind spot. Wear your seatbelt. It can be the difference between life and death. And lastly, but not least, put the phone down. Texting while driving in Texas is illegal. All right, would that be the CNI dog? Or is that Vic? I think
No, this is Vic. I said the CIA futurist.
I got you. Okay. Hello, Vic. Good morning.
Oh, all right. No, but since you mentioned that seeing eye dog, we had another person get killed by a dog over here in Indianapolis. I think there's been like at least 2, if not 3 people that have been killed by dogs. I don't know what's going on in the dog world, but they're all kind of upset and everything. I don't know, like I said, it's kind of odd. Maybe China's put some in the food. I don't know, but it's odd, and that's even like the dog that I kind of trained forever, but I think it came from a puppy mill, and it had a flaw in it, and it wound up attacking me, which kind of surprised. I mean, I was more shocked than anything. Beautiful dog, smart, had it all good out, and I hated to put it down, but that was the result that had to happen.
Wow!
And like I said,
so just out of the clear blue sky, were you touching his food or something, or what?
Well, I'd given him some food, and I was sweeping it up and putting it in a dustpan. So I don't know, but he's always been sensitive about that, and I know that so a lot of these dogs are marking their territory, and they get very upset if anybody gets in their territory.
Yeah,
and even the little old dog, and the dogs even act. The other dogs that never did anything, people walking them, they kind of act a little bit funny about things, and even this one poodle that this woman walks all the time. I was outside, and it was on the other side of the street, and walked by and growled at me. It's like, well, what in the heck's going on here? And there's a couple of dogs always want to come and see me, and they kind of hurry when they go past my house. So I don't know what's going on. It's kind of strange. I don't know if somebody put some sort of, they have these dog repellent things that people put out to try to keep them out. And we have coyotes. They're supposed to repel coyotes and stuff. So I don't know, what they put in that older stuff. But like I said, it's kind of it caught me off guard. I just put it like that.
Okay.
And I'll let whenever that you're talking about your son there's going to have his meniscus. I'm going through that to where your hand wants to lock up and stuff, and with that, it doesn't. Somehow you have to use it all the time. But I have a niece that's been in a wheelchair since she was 11 years old, and she got this real fancy wheelchair about 2 years ago, I guess it was, and it cost $35,000, and it's all electric and does all kinds of things. Whereas before she had to have the wheels and turn. And she told me Saturday there that her elbow's starting to lock up because she doesn't really use the elbow the way she should, because I was showing her my hand and stuff. I didn't realize that if you don't use your muscles all like that they lock up that much. I just really never thought about it that much. But anyway, back to what I was talking about. I heard different people talking in. The one guy was talking about a book he read or something. I don't know what the book series was or anything, but the CIA has a whole division of what they call futurists. And sometimes they will put information out there that in the way that they want society to go. And they have knowledge and information that other people don't have. And when he was talking about the cell phone, I'm not exactly sure when he mentioned the year that book was written. And if he's interested in a cell phone, you have to go back to the old AT&T microwave towers. I don't even think I know they're around because I know where a couple of them are, but I don't think they're working anymore. But they had a big cable that ran all across the United States, and that fed those towers, and then they had real strong microwave signals that went out because they could transmit a lot of information a lot quicker. And somewhere along the line, there was a feud that went on about somebody had invented a cell phone with microwaves, and AT&T finally got that put down, and they had to start charging for cell phones. Way back when you had that roaming and stuff, cell phones were terribly, terribly expensive, and that was when I first got out in the truck, and now it's just unbelievable how much stuff you get for free in a cell phone. I mean, I paid a few $600 phone bills with the old analog cell phones. But there's a whole, if anybody's really interested, you can look up the whole division of CIA futurist, and sometimes they feed information to people to put out patents to get the technology going that way. That.
All right, well, we got a pause there because we close out another hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts for the latest world news. US President Joe Biden is to meet his national security team as fears grow of an Iranian attack on Israel. The US is deploying extra fighter jets and warships to the region. Urgent diplomatic efforts continue, with the US and its allies trying to dial down tensions in the Middle East. Our US correspondent Jagruti Dave has more.
An alert over the weekend from the US Embassy in Lebanon says they encourage those who wish to depart Lebanon to book any ticket available, even if that flight does not depart immediately or does not follow their first choice route. The US is bracing for some kind of regional escalation following the killing of top Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, as well as an Israeli strike in Lebanon's capital Beirut, which killed a senior member of the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Alongside diplomatic efforts to dial down the tensions, the US is also increasing its military presence in the region. Speaking to CBS's Face the Nation, Jonathan Feiner, the White House National Security Council deputy advisor, said the US is getting ready for every possibility, but ultimately their goal is de-escalation.
The UK government is holding an emergency COBRA meeting after a weekend of rioting. There were violent scenes in towns and cities which saw over 150 people arrested and police officers injured. The UK's Home Office has also offered greater protections for mosques after some were attacked during weekend unrest. Middlesbrough MP Andy MacDonald says his city needs to rebuild after violent clashes.
We do need to have a conversation about building social cohesion. and having a rational discussion about that. And that's perfectly proper. But the people who turned up on the street in Middlesbrough didn't come to exercise some democratic right or freedom of expression. They came to wreak havoc and injure people and damage buildings and businesses.
Renewed violence in Bangladesh has claimed close to 100 lives over the weekend, taking the total death toll since July to about 280. This comes as student protesters demanding Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's resignation clashed with her supporters.
The Bangladesh government has now imposed an indefinite curfew. Mobile internet services have also been suspended in the capital Dhaka as the officials blame opposition parties for stoking violence. The student protesters are demanding that Sheikh Hasina step down, calling it justice for the scores who've died in the protests so far. The agitation started with students asking the government to roll back quotas in government jobs, which have now been reduced. But analysts say the youth's anger still poses a massive challenge for Hasina's government. Critics are accusing her of using brute force to clamp down on dissent, as most of the dead and injured were reportedly attacked by the police. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today in more detail about what happens next in Venezuela. Analysts say the week getting underway will be critical in determining whether President Nicolas Maduro remains in power after an election widely dismissed as being rigged. The opposition leader, Edmundo Gonzalez, is now recognized by the United States as the country's president-elect, with Washington saying there is overwhelming evidence to prove that he should be forming the country's new government. Analyst Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
It's not clear whether there is any sort of proper, legitimate off-ramp in this, and we're just going to see a consolidation of a corrupt, incompetent regime that has driven this once very strong economy and vibrant society downhill. I mean, upwards of, I think, 8 million people at this point have fled the country in recent years. It has been a mishandled economy. It has been corrupt and repressive on top of it, and kind of a thuggish repression as well. But democratic enough to have this vote in which people felt like they had a voice to change the direction. It's just not clear whether any outside voices are going to have any sway and whether or not the regime is going to really crack down heavily.
President Maduro has threatened that crackdown, pledging maximum punishment and no forgiveness towards protesters he accuses of unrest. Over the weekend, opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who had been in hiding, joined demonstrators on the streets. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. US President Joe Biden is to meet his national security team as fears grow of an Iranian attack on Israel. The US is deploying extra fighter jets and warships to the region. And the UK government is holding an emergency COBRA meeting on Monday after a weekend of rioting. And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts in Washington.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I know Eskimo Mom is actually on her weekend right now. She did share a story over the weekend with me. I guess she said Pup wanted to send this my way, but he was having technical difficulties of some sort. I guess it was in the Indianapolis area where 4 firefighters were transported to the hospital after their fire truck overturned Saturday morning. And looking at the photographs, it wasn't like the fire truck ended up on its side. It was ultimately on its roof. So that was an expensive incident there. Did you catch that on your local news there, Vic? Upside down fire truck?
Yeah, there was a car crash. I kind of that. I guess they were headed to or something. I was trying to think if
supposedly
anybody got
supposedly
hurt in an accident.
That was a fatal crash that they were responding to. A fatal crash there,
right?
And I guess it sounds like all four of the firefighters non-life-threatening injuries, so they'll be all right. But
yeah, I don't know, how that could have happened, but yeah, I can't even right off the top of my head remember the area, but I think it was pretty flat. Sometimes, who knows? But it's pretty hard to turn over one of those fire trucks. So, because people that are firefighters probably know more than me about that. But I think they purposely have a pretty low center of gravity to prevent such things as happening, because they do have to take corners at a fairly high rate of speed. But yeah, I guess, I don't know. I know way back when they had the old semi-trailers, the trailers that didn't have the air suspension on them, they had the old stiff springs. Lots of times whenever somebody would curb one of those old trucks, they would wind up turning over just like by curbing them if the load would shift. So, who knows exactly what could have happened. But whenever I was talking about the dogs, the other thing is something that happened a couple of years ago to me was FedEx dropped off some dog food, and I don't have any dog food, or I don't have any dogs or pets or anything, and so it's like, hey, I looked at the address, and I don't know how he wound up getting it to my house, but he did. So I called, tried to get a hold of some people and couldn't. Finally, I just called FedEx, and so then I got a call back. Said, well, just leave it out on your front porch, and they'll pick it up. And it's like, no, I'm not doing that number. I don't know it was supposed to have been dog food in that package, but when you were talking about the bears and stuff, it's like, no, I don't know what's really in that package. So I secured it, and I said, well, when the FedEx guy comes by, then I'll give it back to him, and you can get it where you want to. And they were kind of shocked that I had all the different FedEx numbers and everything, but it was like where I used to haul a lot of the FedEx stuff. And I've wondered, somebody, and the person that I called knew all about this company, where the distribution points were and everything else. And it's like, something just doesn't sound right about this. So I don't know if somebody's trying to smuggle some type of, drugs or something in food or whatever. But like I said, not only here, but even some of the military service dogs or something seem like they're all getting kind of extra aggressive for some reason. And they've had to put some down some of those high dollar dogs in the military, actually quite a few of them. And it's all over the same thing. They get very, very protective of their territory. And they just, when they get to that point, they're really not much good for anybody. So anyway, that's enough on that. But yeah, the deal that I was talking about there with the CIA, they've been known to print books and have certain inventions and retard certain inventions. And sometimes if someone comes out with something that's getting a little bit too close to where they want to go at some point, that's under the old CIA economic warfare program, and I don't know if they still have that or not. And that, the whole deal you're talking about, the big sell-off today because the United States economy might be faltering. Personally, Steve, I think they're just trying to force the Federal Reserve to lower the interest rate. And that's just basically what it boils down to. And Powell keeps saying, we're trying to get this, 2% inflation goal. But what's so odd about it is the figures that they use, they're basically irrelevant. They don't count energy and food and housing. And that's the main thing, what they call a PCE deflator or something. And that's the main thing that is causing most of the inflation. And
the things that people have to use every single day. That's the most impactful things on everyone's everyday life. You know, why don't they want to consider those numbers? Hey, well, Steve is back with us. Good morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners out there. It was a nice 4-day weekend, but it was still just a bit too short. Maybe one more day would have been ideal. It was relaxing. Got to spend some time with some friends we don't get to see very often. But the coffee's ready, car's running, time to head into town and see what the slip-seaters did to the truck while I was gone. Everybody enjoy the day. All right, where's the truck, right? And then there's Truck and Phil. Happy Monday. Coffee up, up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. I have 88 Fort Wayne, looks like 84 for Sterling Heights. Yeah, crazy about that fire truck in Indianapolis. Had a great time at the Irish Festival in Dublin over the weekend. Dublin, Ohio. Great music, concerts, Irish storytelling, and lots of great food. Back to the old grind, right? Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back once again. Everybody, have a great week from Truckin' Phil. Semper Fi. All right, Eagle. Morning, Eagle. How was your weekend?
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Eagle. We got you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm having a bad reception. I'm over here on the East Coast right now. I'm as close to the, hopefully the storm don't come up to where I'm at. I'm over here at Norfolk, Virginia, close to the Atlantic Ocean. Got to deliver a load tomorrow morning. You know, I'm trying to get the hell out of here before. I don't know if that storm is going to come up north. It'll be a while before it makes it up, if it does go up towards the north from Florida. I don't know what the hell it's going to do. So, yeah, I'm trying to get the hell out of Virginia and head back over. Trying to head back over towards Texas. But after hearing what you said about Texas, I'm glad you said that, Steve. I'm headed to Texas. Hopefully, sometime this week. You're saying they got an enforcement thing going on Tuesday through Thursday or Friday. You say so. I'm glad you told me that because they haven't been announcing it or nothing. They've been keeping it quiet. Maybe they want to catch people by surprise.
Right.
I haven't heard. I haven't heard anything, about this blitz. I thought they just had a damn blitz a couple of weeks ago. I'm talking about national blitz.
Yeah.
But yeah, they keeping this blitz pretty quiet in Texas because I damn sure didn't hear about it when I was there last week. So I'm glad you said that because yeah, they gonna be making a lot of money and revenue. That's for damn sure in Texas. I want to say something right quick, Steve, before I get to the main topic, which is Donald Trump and what happened on Saturday in his debate. I want to say another thing about the trucking industry. As I was riding today, it's not nothing new, but it's something that's happening and way too much, Steve. These law enforcement officers, if they want to focus on truck drivers, they also need to focus on these four-wheelers that tailgate these trucks. Today, and this happened to me a lot of times, I was going down the interstate, and I didn't even realize there was a damn car behind me. He was so close to my bumper, and the only reason I found that out is because as soon as, these people, they got the idea that when they see you hit the brake, they got the idea that they either going to go left or right. So as I'm trying to get ready to pass up a car that was going slow, guess who jumps out in front of me after I hit the brake? A four-wheeler, and he almost ran out in the damn ditch because I pulled out because I didn't even see the guy behind me. And then when he finally did get control of the car, he got around me, and naturally he took an attitude. He thought I tried to run him off the damn road, and he drove by and shot me the bird, the finger, and all this. And like I say, if the guy wouldn't have been tailgating me so close, I wouldn't have been able to see him, and I would have known the idiot was back there. So like I said, as soon as I hit my brake, he moved over to the left lane to try to get around me. So that's why you don't tailgate a truck. First of all, we can't see you, and then as soon as you hit the brake, they want to make their move to get around you, which is totally ridiculous, and that's what leads to accidents.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that's what these law enforcement, they hope they focus on these tailgates, because there's no reason to tailgate a damn truck, Steve, because if a truck blows out a tire, I don't know, you've seen them, they call them gators in the trucking industry.
Yeah.
When you see those pieces of rubber laying on the road, if one of them things hit the front of your windshield, if you behind a truck, what's going to happen to you? You're either going to have a major accident or you might even lose your life. That's another reason why you don't want to tailgate. And then you got these knuckleheads that get the rock chips. Your truck might kick a rock up and bust your damn windshield out, and then they want to get mad about that. Well, maybe if you wouldn't have been tailgating the truck, you wouldn't have had that rock busted, hit your windshield, and knock you and put a hole in your glass. So it's just stupid stuff that these four-wheelers do that around trucks. It's not right, Steve. Now, I want to say, before I get to Trump, Steve, I want to make one quick note about what we talked about last Thursday before you went and that's unfortunately about this boxer in the Olympics. I'm going to call him a person. I'm not going to say a woman or a man because I don't know. I don't know what this individual is. So I'm just going to call him a person at this point. This person, Steve, should not be allowed to box in the Olympics. From what I'm understanding, over the weekend, he won another match, and they said he's definitely guaranteed of winning a medal, whether it be a gold, silver, or bronze. He's leaving Paris. I mean, this person is leaving Paris with some kind of a medal. They had another fight over the weekend, which they won naturally. So this woman, he ruined this woman's career, this Italian woman who he fought, this woman that trained her whole life for the Olympics. She was crying. She said that her father had invested a lot of time and money in her, and then for her to withdraw from the fight after 50 seconds was devastating for her. That's why she was crying. And this individual, Steve, this has also been banned from the World Championships they held last year in boxing. And then they turn around and let this person fight at the Olympics. It makes no sense. It's not fair to the women that have to get in the ring with this person, Steve. This woman says she's never been hit that hard before in her life. It's really sad what the Olympics has turned into. It's really sad what they've turned. There's no reason for this person to leave Paris with a medal around their neck because they damn sure don't deserve it.
Yeah, I noticed you're saying this person because that's I had that story that from over the weekend. Yeah, they're saying original reports that they were transgender, born male, transition female. I guess we're all getting some sort of an education, little additional sex education. There's something called DSD. DSD, differences in sex development. A newer term for intersex conditions that the National Health Service defines as a group of rare conditions involving genes, hormones, and reproductive organs, including genitalia. It means a person's sex development is different from most other people. Yeah, there's debate in the community as to which term is preferred. Yeah, when DSD was coined back in 2005, it stood for Disorders of Sex Development. A lot of folks say the word disorder is inaccurate and pathologized people born with this condition. What is it? There are many different types of DSDs that people can be born with or develop in childhood, they say. One example is having XX chromosomes, which women usually have, with genitalia that look different from most women. Others is having XY chromosomes, male, but having external genitalia that develop in the typical female way. These people may have a womb and or testicles that may or may not work. So it's kind of like it's what would you call it? The freak of nature. It's a disorder. Others have one X chromosome, or maybe have an extra, would be like an XXY, that leads to differences in sexual development as people age. This can include boys not producing as much testosterone on average, or girls not having a period. Yeah, there are other examples, they say, but how is intersex different from transgender? Being transgender is identifying as a gender other than the one you were assigned at birth. Yeah, the vast majority of intersex people identify as the gender they were assigned at birth. So that's the case with this Algerian. Yeah, what does the International Olympic Committee say about athletes with DSDs? The IOC framework on fairness states that everyone, regardless of their gender identity, expression, and or sex variations, should be able to participate in sport safely without prejudice. The IOC said all athletes participating in the boxing tournament in Paris 24 comply with their eligibility and entry regulations, as well as applicable medical regulations set by the Paris Boxing Unit. Now, they say, as with previous Olympic boxing competition, the gender and the age of the athlete is based on their passport. So this individual, passport female, I've never heard of DSD, but that's the education we kind of got over the weekend. It's all right. So there you go. You learn something every day, right? But his characteristics are more toward the male side, even though they say, I guess, supposedly born with female genitalia, but higher testosterone levels. It's, whoa, boy, it's 24 past the hour. All right, we're going to get, I think Eagle wanted to finish up. He had something in regards to Trump coming up here. First, before we hit the bottom of the hour news break, let me jump over to Walmart Canada. Walmart making history as they've recently announced their plans to move toward a 100% alternative fuel delivery fleet, deploying an electric semi-truck powered by a hydrogen fuel cell. Walmart Canada is experimenting with different types of electric vehicles to achieve their goal of a fleet made entirely of vehicles using alternative fuels. The newly developed hydrogen fuel cell electric semi was created by the automaker Nikola. It's estimated to avoid putting nearly 100 metric tons of CO2 tailpipe emissions into the air annually. Their decision to deploy the revolutionary new vehicle makes them the first retailer in Canada to use a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. Now, they first started rolling out electric delivery vehicles last year. They have since made moves toward replacing all their delivery vehicles with electric and sustainable options, as they put it. Walmart Canada has an ambitious plan to power 100% of our fleet with alternative power. Proud to be the first retailer in Canada to introduce a hydrogen fuel cell semi-truck to our fleet is a major milestone towards achieving that goal. Now, they say the use of hydrogen-powered semi-trucks has not yet extended to Walmart in the USA. It could be coming down the line if the U.S. follows the same. But they said electrifying commercial trucks is a critical step in the sustainability movement. CEO of Tesla, Elon Musk, of course, announced in 22 that they would be producing the electric semi-trucks, the first of which were given to PepsiCo. It was reported this year that, I guess, Walmart had orders in. They're growing impatient with the short supply and the long wait time. So they've actually begun to roll out the Nikola vehicles across Canada. Yeah, speaking of Elon Musk, coming up in our final segment, we'll get to, we've still got some astronauts, they say they're not stuck. Well, let's just say they're on the International Space Station and they have not yet been able to return to planet Earth. And at this point, there's more, and Philip alluded to this over a month ago. He said it may come down to where they may have to run like a rescue mission. SpaceX may have to maybe send a Falcon capsule up there or a Dragon capsule. I guess that rumor is maybe becoming more of a reality. Now, they say NASA and Boeing have been working to resolve the Starliners issue. But the big story here is after 2 months, Boeing has yet to publicly ask Elon Musk and SpaceX for help. Optically, that would be a major blow to Boeing's image, especially considering the mishaps involving the 737 commercial jets. But they make it political. In an election year for the Biden administration, which has been on a crusade against Trump and his supporters, they are very anti-Musk. Any rescue mission by SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft would be undesirable news for the Democrats. The news flow. Does everything have to be political nowadays? It's more on that again coming up here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. Jordan's foreign minister made a rare visit to Iran to try and de-escalate tensions. Western allies are concerned Iran will attack Israel, who it blames for last week's killing of Hamas's political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Our US correspondent Jagruti Dave is reporting.
An alert over the weekend from the US Embassy in Lebanon says they encourage those who wish to depart Lebanon to book any ticket available, even if that flight does not depart immediately or does not follow their first choice route. The US is bracing for some kind of regional escalation following the killing of top Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, as well as an Israeli strike in Lebanon's capital Beirut, which killed a senior member of the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Alongside diplomatic efforts to dial down the tensions, the US is also increasing its military presence in the region. Speaking to CBS's Face the Nation, Jonathan Feiner, the White House National Security Council deputy advisor, said the US is getting ready for every possibility, but ultimately their goal is de-escalation.
More than 150 people have been arrested in the UK as far-right demonstrations continue to spill over into violence. 10 Downing Street will hold an emergency meeting on Monday, a day after the Prime Minister vowed to do whatever it takes to bring these thugs to justice, he said. John Beaver has more.
Far-right protesters gathered to call for tighter immigration laws, but some started fighting counter-protesters and the police. There were also reports of some looting and arson. Tensions have been high since 3 girls were killed at a dance class in Southport in northwest England last Monday. The suspect was born in the UK, but misinformation quickly spread online, claiming he was a recently arrived Muslim immigrant. Police have blamed much of the violence on the English Defence League, whose supporters have been linked not only to football hooliganism, but also to Islamophobic ideologies.
There's renewed violence in Bangladesh as well, which has claimed close to 100 lives over the weekend, taking the total death toll since the unrest in July began to about 280. This comes as student protesters demanding Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resign clashed with her supporters. Ishan Garg has more.
The Bangladesh government has now imposed an indefinite curfew. Mobile internet services have also been suspended in the capital Dhaka as the officials blame opposition parties for stoking violence. The student protesters are demanding that Sheikh Hasina step down, calling it justice for the scores who've died in the protests so far. The agitation started with students asking the government to roll back quotas in government jobs, which have now been reduced. But analysts say the youth's anger still poses a massive challenge for Hasina's government.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0388.
All right, on a Monday, the greatest day of the week. Hope you had a good weekend. It is 844-3388. Say hello to Rubber Duck. I'm scrolling through here. I mentioned the fire truck overturning in Indiana. He said they say the Indy fire truck was swerving to avoid an oversized load. First, the witness lived in a trailer park. Okay. That's where they find all the tornado witnesses, right? All right, Eagle, welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate you putting me back on hold. Yeah, Steve, before I get to Trump, like I said, anybody, I'll probably be headed over to the beach tomorrow before I leave, after I deliver this load over in Virginia Beach, Virginia. I'll probably be there tomorrow, catch a little bit of sun and relax for a couple hours after I deliver this load before I head back over towards Texas or Louisiana. I don't know where the hell they're going to send me, but either one of those places. Yeah, and because like I said, Florida, they got a lot of rain, in South Carolina. I don't know if it's going to make it all the way up to Virginia. It may head up to Virginia, too. I don't know in the coming days. But, anybody that's looking for a beach or something other than going to Florida all the time, they got a beach in Virginia. It's pretty nice beach. So, if anybody looking for some alternative places to go, they might want to take a look at Virginia. Virginia's a beautiful state. Like I say, you can go, it's got, a lot of scenery. You can go from the ocean all the way to the mountains if you go back over towards West Virginia. So, yeah, I've driven just about every mile of Virginia since in my trucking career. It's, down 95 or 64 or any other interstate in Virginia. I've driven a lot of miles in Virginia. So it's a beautiful state, especially coming down Interstate 81, coming down 81 headed into Tennessee and all that, Knoxville and what do you call that? Bristol, Tennessee, Bristol, Virginia, same thing. Beautiful, beautiful area down through there. So I like Virginia. Maybe I might think about moving here one of these days when I get a little bit older. But yeah, Steve, getting back to Trump. Now, I looked at Donald Trump's rally on Saturday, and he had another packed full house in Atlanta, Georgia, where Kamala Harris was just a couple of days before that. I'm hearing some news about Kamala, Steve. I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe you could check up on it. I'm hearing news. Okay, she gave a concert. She had a concert before her rally last week. Some female rapper, which is a waste of time, but foul language and all that dirty dance and the whole deal. This is what Kamala thinks of, that American people want their children to see a woman half naked on the stage, cussing and twerking her body. This is what Kamala calls a woman. Now, okay, so anyway, Steve, I'm understanding that there was a lot of homeless people. Some people are saying that her people, the Democrats or people that work for her, paid homeless people to go into this arena to make it look like it was full. And then they said that a lot of people, only reason they went was to see the concert. Right. They got verified information that after the concert was over, people started leaving before Kamala hit the stage. People already were hitting the doors, walking out of the arena. And that might have been why her speech was so short, because I was listening to the speech just to see what she had to say, and she only talked for like 10 or 15, less than 15 minutes. Maybe that's why she ended so quickly, because the arena people getting the hell out of there, because they didn't want, the only reason they went to begin with was to see the damn concert. And after she hit the stage, people started walking out, which is exactly what they should do, because she has nothing else. She has nothing to say that she's that's going to help America, as far as I'm concerned. Now, as far as Trump goes, Steve, okay, Trump, he did a pretty decent job on Saturday of trying to stop with the insults of Kamala and Joe Biden. He wasn't working it, but he made another mistake, because unfortunately he has a problem with and I have a problem with him too, and that's the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp. We was nothing but a turncoat, just like Trump said he was. He's a Republican. He says he's a Republican, but he acts like a Democrat. So he's a damn right. I don't know what you call him, but he ain't no damn Republican. Right. He ought to go ahead and run as a Democrat. But Donald Trump let him know about it over the weekend on Saturday. He talked real bad about that guy. He called him a little boy, basically. He said little Brian Kemp, because Brian Kemp was the guy, he said that he refused to count the votes in 2020. Donald Trump asked the guy to do a recount on the votes, and Brian Kemp said he wouldn't do it. Trump says that he helped the man even get his job. I don't know if that's true or not. The same thing he said about the governor of Florida. But Trump said that he helped Brian Kemp get elected in Georgia, and then Brian Kemp turned his back on him. He was all over Brian. He talked about him for a good 10 or 15 minutes. He was all over him on Saturday. Brian Kemp. He deserved every word that he said, because Brian Kemp, Georgia is a very important state. And if you're gonna say you're a Republican, you need to act like a Republican. And I don't think that they can count on Brian Kemp in 2024 to count the damn votes and have a setup like it was in 20. I'm very disappointed in Brian Kemp. He ought to be ashamed of himself. And as far as Trump goes, Steve, I don't believe. Before I'm not going to even talk about the polls, because there's nothing but garbage. But they got another controversy going on with the debate. Here's how it goes, Steve. Kamala is refusing to go to the debate that Trump wants. He wants to debate on September the 4th with Fox Television. and Kamala said no. She wants him to go to that fake news channel, ABC, and you see ABC is not going to give Trump a fair chance. He already did the First of all, here's how it goes, Steve. Donald Trump already had a debate with Joe Biden under his rules and regulations. He already went to CNN, Atlanta, Georgia, and debated Joe Biden. He did everything that they wanted him to do. It's the Democrats' turn now. Either they do it, either they show up to Fox Television on September the 4th, or the hell with them, or there won't be no damn debate. Just like Trump said, he'll hold his own debate by himself. That's the way it should be. It works like that, Democrats. You don't make all the damn rules all the time. If Trump did everything he had to do at the last debate, it's your turn to do things that do Trump's way, and you need to show up to Fox Television on September the 4th. If you don't do it.
And I don't know that Fox News is actually going to be beneficial to Trump. I mean, quite honestly, the CNN debate, I mean, I think myself included, many were really surprised. We thought it was all going to be one-sided softball questions, for Joe Biden and trying to set up Trump. They actually put on a pretty fair, on both sides, fair questions in that debate, which we were all blown away by that. As far as the moderators of the debate, I think it was handled well. Fox News, now in this day and age, it's not the Fox of 10 years ago. With the leadership change there, the Sun's taken over for Murdoch, whatever, and there's a lot of I mean, just last week I thought, didn't Trump say something about we're going to have to win without Fox News? And then like 2 days later, he's trying to come out and say he wants to have the debate hosted by Fox. And doesn't want to do the debate with ABC, but all right, well, time will tell. We'll see if there is a debate. Scarecrow, we're back in the saddle again. Is that correct?
Well, we're temporarily anyway here, Steve. I can truly identify with those 4-day weekends, though. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll throw my 2 bits in there and agree that they should all be like that. Let's see. There'll be going to be MIA a couple of days this week too. I think Tuesday and Wednesday's program, if I remember right. I do have to question this now that we apparently have the loneliest hour and a half added to the program here since last week when I was last with you, Steve. When I tuned in after getting my paperwork, this is a solid hour ago now, I heard that hippopotamus suggesting individuals start wearing diapers when going to Disney World. Now, I can only suspect that so one doesn't have to get out of line, since I've never been there, but I've heard lines can be pretty long waiting for get onto a ride. So, I thought, man, if he is reaching for that type of story on Overnight Drive, man, it had to be at least the loneliest hour and a half, if not maybe even the entire 2 hours, although it seems to have picked up here for a little bit anyway. Last Wednesday we made the pilgrimage out to Mayo out there in Rochester, and it was just a consultation with some staffers and one of the surgeons. What we did find out that there will be both surgery and radiation treatment, given they don't feel they're going to be able to remove all of the tumor. But we'll find out more of that this week when we go out there. Now we'll meet with the entire surgical staff, and maybe we'll have a time frame on when this might be taking place and all. But Steve, I truly have to hand it to my bride. She is taking this all quite well. Maybe just the fact she knows there's no alternative such, but it's kind of, it is what it is. So, he's going with it. But yeah, that's that's the update there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, we'll be out of it a couple of days this week too and such. But so anyway, yeah, it was a good weekend. We made a camping weekend out of it. I mean, we were up in the upper 80s, border to right around 90 or so, but kept low profile. We went with the theme for the weekend, Steve, was vintage retro beer. So everybody brought a couple, 3 samples of some popular beers from the 50s and 60s, and naturally a lot of beverages that were brewed in Milwaukee fit into that category. In addition to the old style special export, there was Pabst and there was Blatz and Schmidt Schlitz.
Really? Schlitz malt liquor.
Oh yeah, in fact, I even shared an image with that with a monkey gouger. Where the hell you gotten that? Well, I think I got to start. I think I got to start shipping Schmitz or Schlitz in addition to the hams and Blatz and all. But we'll wait and see there. Now, okay, you had the hippopotamus story there, Steve. You can wash your ears out with this one. We the individuals that we camp with, we have camped with them for years, and they become they are our best friends as far back as we can remember. Well, at some point Saturday, one of the girls and my bride were sitting there shooting the breeze, and I just pulled a chair up, joined in, and Steve, the other girl, says, "You're not going to believe me." She says, "Will you look at my boobs?" And I'm thinking, oh, lordy, I'm going to be able to cross off of the bucket list. It's no more going to be peering out the corner of my eye. The prayers have about to be answered. Well, no, the clothing remained on, but yeah, what had happened this couple days prior, she had tripped and, I don't know, caught a toe on a sidewalk crack or something and went down. Now she's she's robust to begin with, and to say the mountains, the mountain views, they broke her fall, and apparently one took the brunt of the impact. She went face down. So she was asking, my opinion is that if one side looked more swollen up than the other side, and well, yes, it actually did. And the awkward part was my bride is sitting there in the middle of this conversation, and she didn't say anything, but she did bring this up yesterday that there wasn't anything awkward about that moment, was there? And so either way, no, I all that come to mind was thinking of Knucklebuster and the bodaciousness that was taking place at that very moment, Steve. But it'll come around again, let me tell you, for certain here. So either way, yeah, it will end up being a good weekend, and hopefully we'll have a good news to report on later this week too. Beyond that, I guess that's all I really got to throw at you at the moment. So we'll leave her alone. Do it again.
Keep our fingers crossed for maybe some good news later this week. That's the expectation. We'll get a full report.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, on a Monday, the greatest day of the week. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Hey, I was watching, seen an interview with Caitlyn Jenner, right? They were talking about this whole boxing deal with the Olympics. She was saying back in the 70s when she was in, they did a simple DNA swab, Steve. Swabbed the mouth, did a simple DNA test. If you were XX, you played with the females. If you were XY, you played with the male. That's simple. End of story. So whatever this person's chromosomes were showing up, he's got XY in there, which is my understanding he does, or he does, or they do. You play with the guys. It's that simple. They're just making it too complicated, in my opinion. Sitting here looking at the Weather Channel, Steve, it looks like the west coast of Florida, pretty much the whole damn west coast is going to get hit there. I guess it's looking like maybe Cedar Key. I'm talking about Tallahassee, I guess, might be the main hit here, but like Florida's going to get dumped with some rain, man.
Yeah, the latest update from the Hurricane Center says Debbie, now this is like at 4 a.m., about an hour ago. Debbie nearing landfall in the Florida Big Bend. Radar images from Tallahassee say nearing landfall, and the eastern portion of the eye wall is actually moving onshore there in the Florida Big Bend area. So it's coming ashore probably as we speak.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It's definitely going to make its way up there towards where Eagle's at. How long it'll take, I'm not sure. But definitely a bunch of rain. What the heck else was there? I don't know. Can't think of it. There might have been something else. But all the Trump rally, Steve, I thought he crushed it on Saturday. If you just see the energy, if wasn't able to watch the whole daggone thing, but most of it, the beginning and the end. I mean, the energy that was just in that stadium is just unmatched. Unmatched, man. But, all right, brother, I know you're about done. I don't know. You might be able to get somebody in there. Hey, it's looking good. Possibly might be getting out of this joint today, hopefully. So
I've lost track.
Our fingers crossed on that.
You've been in there for, what, an entire week now, haven't you?
Yeah, since Sunday night. So I guess technically 8 days now. Man, oh man, Steve. Oh boy. So yeah, with any luck, we'll get out of here today. We'll see what's happening.
I know you're ready to get the hell out of there.
Man, you ain't lying there, brother. I mean, laying in this daggone bed for 8 days, Steve. I mean, God almighty. At least it's feeling a little better. I can kind of get up and walk around a little bit, but still, I mean, pretty much just staying in this bed here. It'll be good to get out of here. Hopefully so. So, all right. Appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Everybody hammer down, be safe. Probably yak at you tonight.
All right, we will hope for the best. Let me see, real quick, like, we only have about a minute left. I mean, they just came out with the 5 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Let's see, top headlines. Let's see, Debbie was very near landfall, expected to bring life-threatening storm surge, major flooding in the southeastern USA. Let's see, winds 80 miles per hour, so it did not strengthen from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., but an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane. Quick discussion. The center is located near, blah, 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 moving toward the north-northeast. Gradual decrease in forward speed with a turn toward the northeast and east later today. So, yeah, reaching the Big Bend this morning, then slowly crossing northern Florida into southern Georgia late today and on into Tuesday. It'll be near the Georgia coast by Tuesday night. Hurricane-force winds extending outward up to 25 miles from the center. Tropical storm-force winds extending outward up to 140 miles. All right, so yeah, coming ashore here probably within the hour, and it'll be a soggy day. We'll have all the latest updates when we come back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh,